Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 88. Sorry that we're a little late, just grabbing a bit of a lunch that took way longer than I expected it to. Also because eating a little slow, didn't want to rush it. But anyways, we are back. Main goal for today, of course, waiting simulator until next big update. We got announced the other day that we have 2 quests. Actually, is it still up? Let's see. Yeah, we do. We got 2 quests and a big combat rework, of course, coming up. With half the team working on the combat rework and the rest working on similarly to 2 quests and whatever other small things. But, yeah, those should be somewhat soon. We don't know any official date, obviously, at the moment. And, yeah, we're kind of just playing waiting simulator until then. With that being said, we do have plenty of goals to still go get before then. Our most recent one, of course, has been still working up woodcutting and carpentry. My main goal for today is we need to go get to 152 brambles. How much carpentry we do during stream doesn't really matter that much. The main thing is we do not end until we get 152 bramble. We might go longer than that, might do a bunch of carpentry, we'll see. But bare minimum on stream, get 152 bramble, so that tonight and throughout later today, I can go AFK the brambles then, so we can get a lot of progress on there. We even then have AFK juniper, so we have a back-to-back AFK, so I'm gonna go crazy on AFK tonight. Today's Saturday, right? That'll work out perfectly, Saturday into Sunday. Yeah, we're gonna go really heavy on that. Like, really heavy. So, maybe I should do a little bit more carpentry this stream then. I don't know, we'll see. Because I do want to, at bare minimum, do all the pine logs, I think. Hickory's within question. But I think we could definitely do all the pine logs. The main reason hickory's in question, I'm not sure if we get enough carpentry XP during the stream to actually do hickory. But we should be able to do all the pines. So that'll probably be our game plan. 152 woodcutting and do every last pine, or pretty much every last pine that's in the bank. And that is our game plan then. Anyways, hello Mark, hello Isabel, hello everyone, welcome. Hope you guys been having a wonderful weekend so far. Let me go crack this open real quick. Need some caffeine. We're gonna need it today. Yep, that's the rundown. Let me go and stop this as soon as he gets his XP drop. Don't worry, mining and smithing, we'll be back for you, we'll be back. If anything, I'm almost considering doing it after 200 woodcutting carpentry. I am almost considering pivoting to mining smithing. The only reason I won't be, because I know after the combat rework, I will not feel like going back to like forage or fishing and everything. So even though I will desperately want to after 200 to go to mining smithing, I think we'll hold off and just push the rest of fisher or forager as we have been. Also got a little bit of cooking done yesterday. I was hoping to get to 139. I only got to like 134.5. A little bit less than I wanted to, but still more than nothing. But we did get our 139 goal off stream, which is the main thing I wanted to do. And the main reason for this is enough for the pines. And inventory's already all set up, so let's go do some pines. Just head straight over there. So hello, Denied Dimension. What am I sipping on? Liquid Death's raspberry thing is what I end up going for. I've been having as my tea alternative these days. Alright, let's see if I can remember what the cycle is for these things. So I'm not going to bother potting up because there's pretty much no downtime during it. So we will just be doing them raw. Oh, I probably should have potted for the first one though for the extra bonus, but well. First time bonus is so pitiful. Alright, let's see if I can remember what the cycle is. Do you have to manual click this tree? Yes. Alright, that's bad. You gotta manual click this tree. You gotta manual click here. Then you can click on this, but then you have to manual click here. Oh yeah, I remember this now. We're back. But one thing I like about this bush is actually pretty good for free gather XP. Everything post 200 that you see there is basically just from this plant while doing pines. Unfortunately, the other one's a little bit too low of a level to bother going for. And the better upgrade for isn't for hickories and until like 200 something gatherer. But this level 189 is still fine at 200. Despite the other one unfortunately not being worth it. So we do all these and drop them to the ground and repeat. That's a little bit into the woodcutting XP, but it's definitely worth it. As these are all 0 tile gathering. There are also resources you would drop to the ground to begin with. So the fact that we're dropping them to the ground means pretty much nothing, as we would already be doing that regardless. I hope you guys have been having a wonderful, wonderful start of your weekend. Well, technically, at this point, we're almost midway through. It's like halfway through Saturday already. Today's been flying by. Like, I still can't believe it's already February 1st. Like, the fact that it's February 1st, like, really throws me off. Like, I was looking at the date this morning. It's like, what? February? What is this? Felt like the year just started. We're already in February. Then I got a water, of course. Get a refreshing water. Gotta stay hydrated. Though in all fairness, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing's like 70% water anyways. Oh yeah, also I forgot to talk about the poll. So the poll for today, we have the following. What type of quest reward for Brighter Shores is of highest interest? So, of course, as we mentioned, there are 2 new quests coming to Brighter Shores in the very near future. And we don't know their exact date, but they're likely to be within the next 2 months or so, probably less. But, yeah, we have no clue what the reward is. One of the rewards is very likely to be equipable potions. The other reward I'm speculating is a second teleport for Hopeport, but it might not be. But one of them is almost guarantee wieldable potions. This is something they've kind of already mentioned. They just didn't really mention when it's coming, and these 2 quests could be part of that. But beyond that, yeah, the poll is on what kind of... what am I putting this on? Yeah, I think we'll put it on carpentry for now. But anyways, where was I going? Tangent, brain, work. We're talking about something related to something. Oh, yeah. The poll. So the poll is on what kind of rewards would you like to see from questing? And options are area expansions, aka this is things like the 3-star quest in Chapter 3, or the 5-star quest in Chapter 2, where you end up getting a new area, potentially with new activities to go do and stuff like that. New resources, you know, not necessarily like new activities as far as different. I guess the one in Mines of Bitumen technically is a different activity, as blast mining is different than how you would do normal mining, of course. So to some degree, I guess it could technically still be a different activity, but you know, things like the 3-star quest in Mines of Bitumen, the 5-star quest in Lost and Found, stuff like that would basically be new area expansions, where you have new resource nodes, potentially a new activity in them, maybe a new enemy or 2, though of course they still kind of play pretty much similarly. But that's basically area expansions. Decent / best in slot combat gear currently does not exist in the game. The closest we have to this is the 2-star quest in Chapter 1 that ends up giving you a level 33 star. I wouldn't really call that anything under either of those 2 categories because it's not a unique item. You can get that just from an enemy drop. As long as you haven't picked a class yet, you can end up getting something like that. So, yeah, it's in a bit of a weird in-between that is technically something like that, but not exactly, since it's not actually good. You would use it for like 10, 20 levels max and then never touch it again, pretty much. But, I'm not sure what a good example would really be to make, because Brighter Shores doesn't have one. But, I don't know, if you compare it to old school RuneScape, if you ever played, it's like the Helm of Nazi-Knot, where it's kind of pretty much best in slot in like early to mid-game, and stuff like that. Almost like the Dark Light as well, where that was actually a pretty good spec weapon, but was really useless to use for anything other than a special attack. I can definitely see weapons like that coming to Brighter Shores, where there's a weapon that is good for just simply using the special attack, but you would never main hand it, because its DPS would be way, way, way too bad, even if you got to like level 500 or something. But, yeah, we'd have to see exactly how that would work if they ever do that. Because due to how the level scaling works in this game, they would definitely have to do it a little bit differently than they have in the past, like compared to when they did their other MMO. So I was going to have to wait and see what they end up ultimately doing there. Beyond that, next is quality of life and time savers, which is currently winning right now. This would be things like equipable potions, or if there was like a mining, smithing, bone method that allowed you to dunk more than 6 at a time, or, you know, anything in that kind of category. Spider Nest is a pretty good example of it, where it allows you to use storage rifts. As far as one that's currently within the game. Technically, any quest that has a teleporter is also in that category of quality of life. And honestly, both the 2 that are coming might actually both be quality of life then. Because if one is equipable potions and the other is a teleport for Chapter 1, that is both double quality of life updates. We don't know for sure if either of them are going to be those 2 things, though. But if they were, they would actually both be under the quality of life category, oddly enough. And then new content to do. This would mostly be things like, I'm not sure what that would be in the short term, but in the long term, that could potentially be a boss locked behind a quest. That could end up being a raid locked behind a quest. Obviously, those things are pretty big, but in the short term, I'm not sure what they would really do as quote-unquote new content. I feel like down the line, that'd be a lot more enticing. But as it currently stands, a lot of things we know they're doing within the next, like, half a year are probably not new content from quests. Way down the line, I can see that being pretty cool, though. If we have a raid locked behind a quest, or repeatable boss locked behind a quest, stuff like that. But that's basically what new content to do would be. Things are, like, infinitely repeatable. Because currently, no quest really has repeatable content. I guess the closest we have is maybe blast mining from doing the 3-star quest in Mines Matubin, as well as the venture that you get from the same quest. But beyond that, you don't really get anything from a quest that you weren't already pretty much doing. I guess there's a few resources that you end up getting from Lost and Found. Or not Lost and Found, I mean Forgotten Things. The 5-star quest from Chapter 2 where you get like a new resource node. That's not really anything new, it's just the same method for a different resource. Whereas I do kind of consider blast mining new. And that the way blast mining works is substantially different than any other form of mining. But it also could be considered new area. So it's kind of a weird overlap in that regard. Because I'm not sure if I would consider that new area or new content to do. Technically, it's both. There's only one slight issue with this poll, since it can only allow one vote. Is technically something like the 3-star quest in Mines of Matubin is both an area expansion and new content to do simultaneously. And that it adds a new venture that you could do, as well as a new mining method that's actually rather unique. Whereas a lot of the other ones don't end up doing that. Where it's like an area expansion, but you barely get anything in return for that area. That's something I was pretty disappointed with, though, I do have to say. I do feel like the area expansion for Chapter 2 was really underwhelming. But the area expansion and overall reward for Chapter 3 was really, really good. Like, Matubin's Legacy compared to the viability of... what am I doing? Passing a tree. But, like, Matubin's Legacy compared to Forgotten Things is, like, night and day. Like, Matubin's Legacy is how all of them should be, reward-wise. And Forgotten Things is pretty forgettable. The reward for it is so bad. You basically get access to an absurdly small area with the ability to now farm Dock Leaf, which is needed for the 7 and 10% potions, but still, it's not that good. And of course, you can still obtain them without the quest. You just have to pay a high price for them in Chapter 1. It's not like it's even locked behind it. Like, if it was, I can see that making more sense. Like, you wouldn't be able to buy the resource unless you had that quest completed or something. But you don't even need the quest completed to get the resource. You just need it to gather the resource, but not to actually get the resource. Because that area is so underwhelming. Like, the area over here. Like, at most, you get one new resource and one new enemy. That's it. And I believe you only need partial completion of the quest to get the one new enemy. So really, it's just one new resource, technically. This partial completion already gives you the other reward. So I guess you can make the same argument for the 3-star quest for Mines of Matubin, though. That you only need partial completion in order to get access to the 2 enemies that are over there. Though you do need full completion to get access to blast mining and the venture. The actual, like, new content. Oh, gosh, I hate when I misclick like that. I almost want to disable turn walking on left click. But then we're going to have to keep remembering to do middle click, which is going to get annoying. As hello, Amber! Welcome, welcome! Hope all's been well. Hope you've been having a wonderful weekend. Gems of War question. How rooms are in Underspire? There's like a weird formula for it. Every single primary room is 7 rooms away from each other. And generally, not always though, the boss room is 6 rooms off the primary path. And the primary path generally goes highest level first. So if you just keep following the highest level, you would normally get to the correct location. But aside from those 3 things, it's not really consistent with too many things. Even in the boss room being 6 rooms off is not always consistent. There's a lot of, like, weird exceptions. But those 3 things, for the most part, can be relatively standard. Oh yeah, did you hear that too? We'll need to discuss it on Monday's stream. Because it's actually happening tomorrow. I need to go get all the files tonight. This is one of the other reasons we actually need to end a little bit earlier. Terran's World is shutting down. Terran's World is basically, I know Brighter Shores people who have no clue what we're talking about right now. But Terran's World is basically the wiki for Gems of War. And I believe they're actually shutting down tomorrow. They were going to shut down about a year ago and then decided not to. But this time around, I think they're, like, legitimately shutting down. And it's basically the wiki for the game. So I need to go download, like, every single file in existence. Because my new computer doesn't have, like, any of those files. I've just been grabbing it from the website as I need them. So I need to go download, like, half the website tonight. Because, yeah, if I don't, I won't have, like, a ton of those files I'm gonna need. There are alternatives to making thumbnails without them. But without data mining myself, that would be absurdly annoying to make thumbnails. Like, you still can, it just... our access to doing so is drastically lower if we don't have a ton of those files. It's just way more annoying having to isolate them from the game itself rather than just, you know, having them already. It's a simple, like, PNG you can go download. How many rooms are there? It's different every single week. Or it's every generation is different for every person. So one week you might have like 160 rooms, the next it could be 180. Like, there's no consistency to it because there's a lot of random factors. But if you're asking about how many rooms it takes to do a perfect, it's normally around 100-ish, give or take 20. If you're looking to do, like, every dead-end room. I should slow down on this. I'm drinking too much caffeine. I know it's really low on caffeine. Still need to moderate it, though. I try to stay away from caffeine, though. But I've been cheating on a little bit for Brighter Shores. Oh, no. No. I failed. Okay, that shows that we were way too slow somewheres. As that fear potion should last long enough for us to grab this tree. Which means I was about 4 seconds too slow. That's fine. That's our first cycle. We'll get better. But yeah, that should last just barely long enough for us to get out of that room before going away. And if it doesn't, that means we slowed down and did something wrong somewheres. But yeah, I still can't believe Terran's World is finally shutting down. Like, officially this time. It was gonna feel weird not having a wiki for the game, essentially. And this is another location where it's stored. I know Gems of War database used to have it. I'm pretty sure the actual wiki for the game is, like, void of content. Almost looks like Brighter Shores wiki in that it's, like, missing everything. Though Brighter Shores still been doing pretty good, but it's still, like, missing a lot of stuff. I'm sure he's working on it. I'm pretty sure the team for it's really small, which is why it's still missing so much. But all good. They're doing it when they can. But it's missing a lot of info and a lot of images and a lot of everything. I assume it's mostly because it's harder to data mine this game as well. Because I'm not sure if anyone even can data mine it. Or if they have, if the wiki's even being updated with the data mined info. It seems like it's mostly just public people just, like, posting stuff about it. Because the formula for the damage in the game still isn't up there, I noticed. Because we're going to be doing a lot of combat after the combat rework. And I was checking the wiki the other day, and the combat formula still isn't on the wiki. Which means it likely hasn't been data mined if it's not on the wiki. Which I'm actually really surprised that hasn't been data mined yet. Or if it has, it hasn't been shared publicly. Because the formula for this game is doing something really weird when it comes to slower hitting weapons. As well as the difference between two-hand and one-hand. As it seems to be putting them into account when calculating for damage from what I could tell. I just can't tell to what degree. But as far as today's stream, not sure how long we're going for. So we wanted to get to Bramble. Let me go do a full breakdown. If we're going to 152 Bramble, And we're at effectively, let's say, 140 right now. It has 12 levels. But how we're doing it, 12 levels will probably take about 6 hours. And then every pine we get, we might do carpentry on. So bare minimum, we're going for 6 hours, and then we determine if we're doing carpentry or not. And if the answer is yes, then I think it's close to like 9 hours, maybe 10. It's not all that woodcutting is done on pines, but the only carpentry I plan to do are pines. Because I'm not even sure if we get a high enough carpentry for hickory today. What do we need? 147? Maybe we will actually. 147 is not that far away actually. If I do it, that would probably still be off stream though, the hickories. That way we have something to actually carp later. Because otherwise we're pretty much going to have nothing since we're hitting brambles. And brambles don't give you any carpentry supplies. But yeah, I still can't wait for that combat rework. I feel like at this point we're just playing combat rework, waiting simulator. Not to mention, if one of those 2 quests is potion storage, that's gonna like revolutionize how you do all skilling. Imagine not needing 2 wasted spots right here. Like your route would be so much different if you didn't waste 2 whole inventory spaces here. Which does mean some skilling activities we're gonna have to completely reroute. Whatever we're currently doing. There's things that would otherwise take up 1 or 2 inventory spaces are gonna take up 0. Catch you later, Chad. Have a good time at work. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good weekend. Also, neighbors are mowing and I can smell all the grass coming in. Like, you know that smell of, like, freshly mowed lawn? It's coming in through the ventilation system. I don't think the sound's coming in through the mic, but the smell's sure coming into the room. Hey, we got in half a gathering level. We're almost there. Actually, we do get an upgrade, I believe, at 200 something. What is it? At 208, we get an upgrade. I believe that's needed at 197 Chef, which means you technically use it for the final 3 levels of Chef as well as dipping into 200, post 200. How many you need, I have no clue. But, you do get a ton of them. Probably too many of them. I was considering just doing dandelions at that level range. As if you account for banked XP, I don't think it's that much worse. Let me just double check. I say that, I'm actually not sure. I'm doing that based on instincts rather than actually seeing the number. But, let me go check something real quick. I'm looking for Gatherer. I want to see what the difference of XP rate is between 208 Leek and 194 Dandelion, accounting for banking. Oops, I accidentally missed one of the plants. Oh yeah, that reminds me. At 142, we got to get the 5% upgrade. We get a permanent, just 5% extra XP boost soon. Yeah, let me go do some math real quick on these leaks compared to Dandelion. I just want to keep this page up real quick just so I know which one we're looking at. Alright, we're looking at this one right over here. Well, I guess we're not looking up by name, so we technically actually don't need it. Looking at these two. Oh no, it says unknown! No! It says unknown. Rip. Wiki! Aw, sadness. I would have to manually check it once we get to 208. It's not too hard to do the calculation on, but still. Oh, the wiki doesn't have the info. It has it for dandelions, but it doesn't have it for leeks for some reason. I'm actually really surprised. Because you generally would have to farm the leeks for some amount of time, if not a lot amount of time, post 200. There's a lot of people at 500 already. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, the wiki doesn't have the number. It has the number for dandelion, but it doesn't have the number for the other thing. Because dandelion is right there. Wait, why is that? Wait. Oh, no, I was gonna say, how's that 1005? Never mind, the numbers are reversed. I was gonna say, that takes forever to bank. But yeah, it says unknown. It doesn't even have the XP drop either. If we had the XP drop, we could kind of calculate it out ourselves. But not knowing the XP drop makes that kind of impossible to calculate for. Because I wouldn't know until 208 Gatherer then. We'll just have to figure it ourselves at 208 Gatherer then. That's not too big a deal though. We could easily figure that out in like 10 minutes after we get 208 Gatherer down the line. There's the only problem with having a game with a smaller player base. Because I'm so used to something like Old School RuneScape's wiki, where within like 5 seconds it'll have like more info than you could ever even possibly know about anything. There's a lot of other games' wikis, it could take like months before something even gets filled out. Hey, they were just talking about the chat system. The chat system is being updated before launch, by the way. Exactly all the features it will have, we don't currently know. I think they mentioned that in the Q&A too. Potentially having like skill-based chats and stuff like that. Which I could also see doubling as a trading chat. Or something like the smithing chat or the blacksmith chat or the bone rate chat. Is used basically as a trading hub for those items. Where you'd go to the smithing chat in order to try to get a smithing piece if you're a different class. For your upgrade. Stonemason for stonemason, bone right for bone right. Or even if you are the class, if you just don't have the thing leveled that much. Like if you only have like 250 and someone else is at 500. I do want to try crafting most of our own stuff though. Even though we will be enabling trading, I do still want to like 90% from scratch most things, when applicable. And that's just so much more realistic to not from scratch it. So I would say a lot of people doing combat in this room would be helpful. But technically it's not, due to the fact that they've actually changed the cap. They've actually been doing a lot of changes to the player cap in any given combat room in anticipation for the combat rework. It's already been changed like 3 times since launch. And I'm pretty sure the max capacity of this room is 3 people. Like, you're never going to see a 4th person roll through. Which makes it a lot harder to clear through that room. Compared to when there used to be, like, at launch, like, 4 or 5 people limit in that room. Then it was lowered by 1, then it was lowered by 1 again when they did the most recent change to rooms. The most recent change of rooms also made it so every combat room has at least 4 enemies in it. So with 2 people in there, you'll always be able to get perfect cycle. Unless the time to kill eventually gets quick enough where you can kill 3 within that time, but I highly doubt that. Like, time to kill is going to be potentially really quick after the combat rework. So quick that if they don't adjust knowledge, which I hope they don't, if they don't adjust XP rate and don't adjust knowledge, which I hope they don't do either of those 2 things, there's a good chance that every combat is as quick as carpentry. I mean, sorry, I mean as quick as merchant, not carpentry. And if that does become the case, then, yeah, we're definitely going 500 roll combat. But if they, like, nerf down the XP rates to compensate for the time to kill, then, yeah, we probably wouldn't then. But there's a lot of factors, but as it currently stands, I do still plan on doing 500 roll combat. Mostly because it sets us up for pretty much the rest of our playthrough to have infinite money. Which is definitely an issue. We have like 3.5 right now, and I keep using it like every single day. Like whatever we have by the end, let's say we have like 6 gold by the end of this carpentry grind between what we bank and actually sell. We're going to have basically 0 because I'm going to have to dump into a level 10 co-op net probably. And into a level 10 of both of these 2 while also getting these 2 tools upgraded. And between all that, you're talking like 7 gold. Maybe even 8, counting all the XP pots. So whatever gold we're going to have by the end of this grind, it's all going to be gone instantly. Just to go do our next grind. Like, the second we get it, it's already gone. However, after that, aside from post-200 tools, we actually have no other tool we need to go upgrade. Beyond post-200 after we do the upgrades for Forager and Fisher. We are 100% done with upgrades until post-200. And even then, there's very little post-200 we need to do, at least immediately. Because a lot of those AFKs we won't be doing immediately, of course, since you can only do 1 of them anyways. And our main target for now is smithing pretty much until it's max. If I somehow run out of money, I just do the merchant AFK. I'm trying just to do the smithing AFK, though. I need to do the merchant AFK when we're really poor. Like when our cash dex is literally 0. Is when I bring out the merchant. I think that's kind of funny, though also kind of weird. We're almost gaining as much carpentry XP as we are woodcutting right now. How's that happening? I don't understand. I guess because I was close to a double meter when we started. Because right now our carpentry and woodcutting XP look exactly identical. But I think it's mostly because we started at like a full double bar. Like the second we started. It's the only reason why they look so close. The woodcutting will eventually go way above the carpentry there. I gotta remember. Oh, you know what? I should actually be dumping knowledge into woodcutting. I kind of forgot about that. I actually should have done that initially. Because you get a permanent flat 5% bonus at 142. So the next boost we get, I'll probably dump into woodcutting then. Because that 5% is very useful. It doesn't work on every tree, but it's working on every tree we're doing in the near future. It works on pines, it works on hickory, it works on bramble. Like the next 3 trees out of 3, all of them are related to it. Oh, nice. We actually got the perfect cycle, too, where we get through here. So now we don't have to repot here, which is really nice. Perfect. Oh, also, I was mentioning a little bit beforehand, though it's definitely not happening on that exact day. But I was hoping by this upcoming Monday, like, you know, 2 days from now, that the 2 alt accounts would be able to go do Lost and Found. I believe they are going to be a few days short of doing that. So my guesstimation was a bit off. I did say before it would be around the first week, so it is still the first week of February. But it's not going to be by the 3rd. It's going to be closer to like the 5th or 6th that they can end up getting it done. But we'll probably do both of them on stream just to break it up a little bit. The quest should take under an hour, because I know you can do the entirety of the quest within 1 boost potion. And 1 boost potion lasts for 1 hour. So we're basically on a 1 hour time limit to do the quest twice over. Might need to go double check a guide just to make sure we do it efficiently. Because it's very important you do it in under an hour, otherwise it costs like 80 more silver or something. Which isn't that big a deal, but those counts are really poor right now, so 80 silver is like half their bank. Because they've dumped almost all their money in trying to get all the levels they need for the quest itself. Which reminds me, I need to go set them up to their new activities tonight. I think they're both moving on to their final activity. Or their second to last activity. Somewhere around there. I think it's the last time I need to get them knowledge, but not the last time they need to transition activities. So as long as they get them 200% meter, I think they're good to go. Which takes about half an hour or so. Unless I want to go do merchant, which goes a little bit quicker. Normally I just leave them like AFK at raid dens, just because it's way more chill. I'll just go away for a few minutes to kill the whole raid den. Their weapons are so bad though. I keep taking out like the level 18 raid den with like a level 5 weapon. It gets your job done, but it's very slow. They sometimes even bring them to level 8 raid den just because they get it done a bit quicker. And the knowledge isn't that much worse. Because they just can't be bothered to get them a weapon upgrade. Luckily once trading comes out, that'll be fixed pretty nicely. Since they could just trade for an upgrade. Or I could just give them one from the main account. It's something that's still funny as well. We're still getting so much more XP from the gathering than we are from the actual woodcutting. Even though we're doing this for woodcutting XP, not gather XP. It's a byproduct of this cycle. Because every little grass thingy, we end up getting like 3k XP. And our tree's only at like 1.5k. Yeah, also, in secondary woodcutting news, we're almost at 9 million arrow shafts. These little thingies over here. We're green stack at 10 million. So in about one more week, if we don't have Beaver Pet, we would have gotten a green stack of arrow shafts during just Brighter Shores only, which is absolutely insane how dry we are. I'm not even sure if any hardcore actually even has that many. I know most Iron Men don't because you'd have to be insane to go there that long. The only reason you would is if you went super dry on Beaver Pet. This is literally the only reason you would have that many. Which is our current circumstance. It's literally the only reason you would have even remotely that many. But hey, at least we pretty much have 200 mil fletching banked. Not that I would ever do the 200 mil fletching on that account, but hey, if we ever were to, we are ready to go. Also, I still have dreams sometimes of that hardcore dying. Even though we're literally doing nothing that it could possibly die on, I still have dreams sometime that the hardcore dies. I feel like it's something everyone experiences who has any hardcore in any game. You just randomly have dreams sometimes where it dies. Even if it never actually does. It's always the dumbest ways, too, that it dies. Which is pretty much how most of them go. Like, oh, it's almost never to, like, hard content. It's always, like, the dumbest thing you could imagine. Because you underestimate something and then it kills you. Like, something that you should never, ever, ever die to, ever. Is, like, the main thing that almost every hardcore dies to. I said, hello, Beer Razor. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I did see that Terrence... We were mentioning that earlier. Yeah, Terrence World is shutting down on February 2nd tomorrow. I'm doing that later tonight, just downloading a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna... Because I don't have it currently on my new computer. I have it, a lot of it backed up on my external hard drive. But I want to save a lot of it locally for whenever I need it for videos. Because my new computer doesn't have all those files, because I've just been grabbing them off of Terrence World. But yeah, I'll be doing that later tonight. Hopefully it doesn't shut off exactly at February 2nd. Because I'm probably going to be grabbing them in like 6-7 hours after the Brighter Shores stream. I'm not going to grab literally everything though, that would take way too long. But just some of the more important files. And just organize them all in a document, or you know, in a folder. If nothing else, it will technically make making thumbnails quicker. As a way I plan to do it after Terran's Word goes down. We'll make the thumbnails look a little bit different, but production time on them should be like 5-10 minutes quicker than it normally is. They will look a slightly different than before, though. Terran's working diligent with others to provide the spoilers resources. Okay. So maybe I'll just download everything I need for the near future for the next few months. And by then, someone else will start running an equivalence of it. I don't know, does the Gems of War wiki have the support to hold all those files? Because I'm pretty sure the Gems of War wiki is, like, very underfilled. I know I personally haven't checked it in, like, 5 years. Mostly because Gems of War database and, Terran's World has been so much better than the wiki. No, not that tile. No! No, I got force east-wested. I just got wested. Gems of War updated hasn't been updated since 2022. I know, I meant in the past. When I was talking about like 5 years ago. Yeah, I know Gems of War database doesn't get updated anymore. But in the past, I used to use it. Because the game's been going for a decade. A lot of things have come and gone. Alright, we get our... I'm probably dumping these on woodcutting for our next knowledge boost. Oh, I do need to get there soon, though. We're on a 30-second timer. Should be able to make it in time. Alright, let's see. How much time do we waste? We got 15 seconds remaining. Should be able to make it barely. This is what I was talking about at the beginning of the stream when we didn't make it, when we should be able to make it. You can tell when we go slow because we should be able to exit this room and the fear goes away immediately. It should last exactly long enough to get out of this door. Alright, there we go. Perfect. Success. Gems of War wiki still has all the old icons? Yeah. Honestly, the wiki is probably more out of date than Gems of War database. Which is out of date by years. I don't really understand why the game never really had a functioning wiki. It's something I hope Brighter Shores still gets more of. Like, there's still so much missing from this wiki as well. But even Brighter Shores wiki has a lot more than what Gems of War's wiki does. Like, at least the Brighter Shores wiki is still maintained. Gems of War's wiki is like a lost archive at this point. Rep Terran's World also. Hello, MK Jets. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the like. Yeah. The best resource for Gems of War is finally dying. It was going to the other year, but then decided to survive. But now it's dying again. It survived for an extra year, though. But yeah, Gems of War has been in a really weird state recently. In like a very, very slow decline. Still been enjoying it though. But no, I'm always for the long haul when it comes to games like this. Like something like Brighter Shores, it could dip below like 500 players, we'd still be here. I don't think Gems of War will ever do anything that really revitalizes it though. Whereas Brighter Shores still has many opportunities to still do that. The best thing that could ever happen to Brighter Shores is it keeps developing the way that it is for the next year or two. And then Old School RuneScape does something really, really, really dumb that kills like 10 to 20% of their player base. And then like half of that comes to Brighter Shores. There's like the main thing that's going to make Brighter Shores spike up. Whereas a match 3 game dying doesn't just automatically make like Gems of War survive. Like it might tick up slightly, but it doesn't tick up by a lot. But if Old School RuneScape's player base goes down by a lot, and or RuneScape 3, their only place to go is Brighter Shores. Unless they go to a completely different MMO. But the only similar MMO they have is Brighter Shores. Like, they pretty much only have one option. Because Old School RuneScape people aren't going to go to RuneScape 3. It's the same company. Yeah, the dev team for Gems of War has lost quite a few people, too, over the years. I would say Salty was probably the biggest one that was ever lost. Kafka in recent times is. But Salty was kind of like the thing that held the community together. As far as, like, the feedback loop to the devs. And then she was gone, and it's like, okay, who are we supposed to talk to now? There's just, like, no direct contact to the devs properly. They've been a little bit more open about sharing things recently, though. But there was a couple years where they were pretty hush-hush on everything. Where they, like, barely even engaged with the community at all. They just kind of did whatever. They've been taking feedback and stuff a lot more recently, though. Rumors are that someone will take Terran's place soon with a new site. Yeah, I'm only going to be downloading enough for, like, a month or two in advance. Because a new one always emerges. When Gems of War database went down, Terran's World came up. When Terran's World goes down, someone will make a new one. It really just comes down to how many months it'll take. I'm not too worried about it. There's one funny thing in Gems of War is there's actually a thing where you can make thumbnails. It's something I wish Brighter Shores had a better thing for. Because zoom in Brighter Shores does not go that far. It's really hard to set up a thumbnail. You don't have like all those utilities that like RuneLite has in Old School RuneScape, for example. If we're going to compare it to a similar game. But it's actually really easy to make a thumbnail in Gems of War. They like literally have a function in the game that almost like auto-generates a thumbnail for you. It's like 80% complete thumbnail within the game itself. I wish Brighter Shores had some more tools for that. This is as far as you can zoom in right now. Like, we are max zoom right now. It does not go any further than this. Yep, that's not where we want to go. Oh, someone's messaging us. I was trying to open up the chat. But then it walked me over. Oh, he got 500 alchemy? Nice. Do you have 10 gold for the cape? Honestly, that sounds like me. When we get our first 500, I'll probably only be able to afford the cape. Though that might not be true. Because our first 500 is either going to be 500 guard or 500 Chronopolis. And if either of those are our first 500, we're going to be able to afford it. Because the skill itself is a money-making skill. So it'd be impossible to not be able to afford it. Because the skill itself doesn't really burn money. Alright, as soon as we get 200% meter, I'm actually putting this into woodcutting. So we can immediately get our permanent 5% bonus. And I'm probably going to go back to putting into carpentry. Probably should have put it into woodcutting to begin with, so we could have already had it, but oh well. I should have grabbed the plant first. Oh no. Yeah, I'll be downloading everything later tonight. Might even be the first thing I do after the stream before I grab dinner. Just don't want to do it literally right now, otherwise our connection would be weird. So I'm pretty sure trying to download a bunch of stuff while streaming is not a good combination. Because I need to go download at least like 300 files. All uncompressed. Honestly, I should probably keep a backup of some of the Brighter Shores files too, just in case. I highly doubt those are going anywhere anytime soon. But there's a lot of them I don't have a backup for. Like, let's say the wiki's down for some reason or something. A lot of them I don't have a backup for. There's a lot of Gems of War stuff I have a backup on my external hard drive from ages back. But I actually have nothing for Brighter Shores backed up. Like, if the wiki went down, I have literally nothing. Other than whatever's in that one Photoshop file. Actually, it's not even a Photoshop file. It's something called, I think, Affinity Photo. Which is basically like a cheap Photoshop alternative. It does most of what Photoshop does. It's a bit worse, and I hate it. But it's basically free. It costs like 50 bucks or something. Not a reoccurring 50 bucks, like a one-time payment 50 bucks. Like, it's worse than Photoshop, but it gets the job done. Oh, are they reworking Divinian Fields? I'll need to check that later. Well, we won't really know until the day of, though. It's not something you can check beforehand. Centaurs in that game have always been really underwhelming, so we'll see what they do with them. I wouldn't say it's like the worst type in the game, but if it wasn't for some of the high rarity troops, it would just be all dead content pretty much. It's carried entirely by its few good high rarity options. Yeah, let's go get our axe upgrade. Oh, the only bad thing about this is I'm gonna waste a lot of its value. Quick, go to the carpentry place. Go, go, go! Wait, I need to make a beeline straight to carpentry. Wait. I need my axe upgrade. Oh, does it cost 1 gold? That's pretty pricey. I can afford it, though. This is full tool is worth that much. But if we have to go pay 1 gold right now, that's a little on the costly end. But I must go get it, though. Whatever the cost is, we must buy it. Yeah, let me go do the one-time bonus on the carpentry thing as well, since I'm dumping into carpentry now. Which I might even just do while we're here, just do all the carpentry of what we have banked right now. Oh, there's one problem with that, though. This is a 9-minute fear rather than a 5% potion. I would have to go all the way back to the other area to go get it. Okay, I'll just do one inventory for now, then, while we have the 7% going. Because my inventory is not set up properly to do carpentry right now. How much is the axe upgrade? Ooh, it is 1 gold. Ouch. Ouch, that hurts. That's not even the final upgrade we need for woodcutting. Ooh, that's going to burn into our profit a lot more than I thought it would. Hey, Kale's here. Well, he did say he's done with alchemy. Though, as he said, he's not wearing the 500 cape because he can't even afford it. That's funny. Wow, we already got that many logs. That's all today, by the way. Alright, let me go get the first time bonus while we have the 7%. And then I'll roll the rest of these. And then we'll go back to woodcutting. We're just doing this while we have the potion active. Because we had to go here anyways for the axe upgrade. But now after this, we'll go back to woodcutting. As the main goal of this stream is to get to 152 woodcutting. We're only 10 levels away at this point. I do probably want to go do every last pine we have, though. Oh, so those XP drops are not that bad. 1,000 each? It's actually not horrific. Though I guess it makes sense. As you keep going higher, obviously they get better XP rate, but still. I'm just so used to seeing such small numbers for carpentry. But now we're starting to see 4-digit numbers. We need 147 for hickory, 155 for junipers, and then we hit a big hole. Because during this range, we're getting, I'm getting almost 0 poplars. And I'm doing the bramble, which gives us no carpentry during that time. So we're going to have a really big dead zone around there. And then the only ones we need all the way to max then are Suavies, which we need to bank all of them. The yew poles, which we need to bank all of them. The ash planks, that we need to go bank all of them. And the oak poles that we'll probably mostly ignore for ash planks. In which case we don't actually need to bank all of them, just a lot of them. Which means the final 3 that we get to do are actually all good. Suave poles are needed to make 199 weapons, or 260. You know, anything around that range. But as whatever the rarity curve is, at least currently, 199s. This is how we get all of our weapon upgrades for Bone Right. This is needed for all 3 weapon types. And tier 5 is all the way at, like, level 310. So we're not getting that anytime soon. So this is the highest tier we can use for a long time. And this is what makes all the better shields. This makes tier 5 shield. So if we ever want to get even more ambitious with our shields, we can. In case armor is actually relevant for some reason. And these are useless. Unfortunately, these we don't really need. It's the only thing up until max carpentry after that little, like, dead zone over here. After the dead zone, every single thing is good. Suavies are good, yews are good, ash plank are good. The only exception is oak pole, but we're mostly skipping them anyways. Alright, let me go teleport over. Oh, what do I think of the changes? Well, we don't know what they are, so I have no clue what they're going to do. As long as they don't touch Centurgan and Wardbreaker, it should be fine. Just gotta buff everything else. I don't feel like they would buff Wardbreaker Centurgan, though. They're already pretty good. Wordbreaker could be better, but I don't think they're going to make him better. Successful aggro skip has been achieved. It's way easier to aggro skip going south or east. The only thing that's really annoying is when you're trying to do it west. North is also sometimes annoying, but west is by far the hardest direction due to the way that they get defaulted out. I wonder if they're ever going to change that movement system. Because the current movement system, it absolutely hates when you're moving west. It's way easier to move in every other direction. Oh yeah, we got a better looking axe now. I forgot, it visually changes as well. I keep forgetting about that, about every tool. I was like, wait, why does my tool look so different? It's like, oh yeah, duh, we got the 5% bonus. Yeah, much better. Looks way sturdier now. And it technically is 5% better XP per everything. Well, not everything, but the next 3 trees it all applies to. Pine, hickory, and bramble. Which are all 3 of our next 3. But yeah, I can't wait till we're past this grind wall, though, after we get 200 all. It's gonna feel so nice having the freedom to do anything. Because the first thing we're doing is either going to the mines or going straight to combat rework. This comes down to when combat rework's happening. Because at current rate, we should be there within the next 2 weeks. I want to have it done by Valentine's Day. And the woodcutting carpentry grind should be done by Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. Probably Wednesday. Because as long as we do 15 levels a day on average, we will get there by, well, if you count today, and in 3 days, yeah, we'd get there by the end of Tuesday then, if we average 15 per day. That does assume I'm doing 15 on Monday, which is the main thing in question though, because I won't have nearly enough time to do it this Monday. But if we do like 20, 20, 10, 20, it probably gets there. Which means today we'd have to hit 159, 159. Which... is that doable? That basically means I need to get to Juniper today. Because we're getting to Brambles on stream. Luckily, these are really AFK, so that should be doable. Carpentry likely wouldn't, but woodcutting definitely should. And if carpentry really falls behind, worst comes to worst, we just do like a 12-hour carpentry stream on Tuesday. I know Isabel's been wanting that for a while, ever since we joked about it after the 32 carpentry grind, all the way back in like the first week of the game. But Tuesday might actually legitimately be the 12-hour carpentry stream. Because there's a good chance I'll be 200 woodcutting with like 170 carpentry or something. So this Tuesday might finally be the quote-unquote 12-hour carpentry stream. It might not literally be 12 hours. But the stream is likely us just doing carpentry until it's maxed. Which is likely going to be a long time. Like, we're talking like 8+ hours of nothing but carpentry on Tuesday. Because there's a good chance by sometime on Monday I'll have 200 woodcutting but not 200 carpentry. Which means all of Tuesdays trying to get 200 carpentry then. Thank you, MK Jets. Yep, no, no, no! I just wasted 2 tiles. If we do that too many times, our fares will be off slightly. It's not too big a deal if it happens like once or twice, though. 3 or 4 times is when it gets to critical time waste. Is that waste on top of all the time we wasted? It wastes like an extra 3 seconds if we get caught in that room due to the fear going down. It's also why I wanted to wait to do these on stream. Because they're really quick intensive compared to the average woodcutting method. But this is still probably my favorite method now. The pine into bitter fruit. Out of any of the gameplay loops for any log, it's been the most enjoyable one so far. Juniper and Bramble still really high up there though, just because of how AFK they are. Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting it doesn't move when you do that. It always throws me off. Whenever you have like a sub-menu open, your movement gets stunned when you're doing a cubable action. It's something I hope they fix at some point. They're too busy working on other things to really add quality of life like that. Because they still haven't added, they haven't fixed anything with cubable action since cubable action has released. It's likely something they'll do down the line, but they've just been prioritizing actual new content. So at this point, I think we're putting all of our XP into carpentry then. Because we need as many as we can so we can actually get the carpentry XP from them. And just dump all of our knowledge into carpentry. Just so it doesn't fall behind as much. Because we're about to hit a huge dead zone for carpentry. We're basically skipping 2 trees in a row. It is the last final double skip, though, that we'll have to deal with, up to 200. It's the Poplar Bramble skip. Well, technically we do the Bramble, but they don't give any carpentry. We skip the Poplar and we do the Bramble. Both of which gives 0 carpentry the entire time. But after you get past that hump, it's pretty much smooth sailing from there. That's the only bad part about 200 carpentry, though, is that's probably the biggest dead zone that we're up against. Everything from there is pretty free, though. The scary part is doing that post 200. Now, if you want to see a dead zone, the scariest thing of all of woodcutting is this level range right here. Luckily, there's 2 AFK activities there. But this level range past Juniper, from like 249 to like 266, actually even further than that, all the way to like 291. Like that whole area from Juniper to Poplar or to Suave, like you'll at best be able to get like right here-ish and not be able to do any of the Poplars. So that's the one of the biggest dead zones. The other one is the one even deeper than that. But that's the really scary 200 post 200 dead zone. And then the other one is right over here, which is from like 440 all the way till like 473. They're the 2 biggest dead zones in carpentry. You only have, you do have some of them before 200, but they're not as effective, of course. Since worst comes to worst, you can just knowledge through it and you'll be fine. You can't really fully knowledge through it post 200. You can do the AFK activity, but you can't really knowledge through it properly. But that means it's eating up your AFK activity whenever you do it like that. But I'm saying that as if I'm ever going to do 200 post 200 carpentry. I guess I might on one of the alts. But technically there's no dead zones when you're doing it on an alt account. You're just going from passive to passive to passive. There are some skills that technically have dead zones with passives though. Like forensics are so bad to do for detective. Aside from forensic for detective, I wouldn't really say there's a dead zone in any passive. Detective's the only skill that basically has a dead zone passive. Just because it's so absurdly expensive to run. Now let's see if the misclick earlier mattered at all. I don't think it does. We'll find out if we get through in time. No, we should be fine. Barely, but we should be fine. Yeah, we made it. I can still smell the grass from earlier. They're not mowing anymore, but from when they were mowing earlier. Neighbor was doing their lawn. Because the houses are so close together here. Like, if I open up my window right now, I can nearly touch the neighbor's house. If I got a pole, I could. So at this rate, we might gain a Gatherer level, which is kind of sad. We do at some point need to do post 200 Gatherer. I'm way sooner to get 500 Gatherer than I ever would 500 Forager. I don't even understand what the point of 500 Forager is other than Monument. He seems really underwhelming compared to what you get from Gatherer. I'm hoping whatever they do for Delver in Chapter 5 is really good. Who knows, maybe even feeds into Chapter 6 somehow. Because there's a chance you get a resource that goes to Chapter 6 from Chapter 5. We're not aware of any yet, but there might be. So far, I believe there's only been one chapter that has not had a resource that goes to the following chapter. And that's Chapter 1. Unless you count potions, in which case it goes to every chapter. That's a bit of a different category. But Forager, Fisher, and Cooker, or Chef, they don't have anything that goes to the following chapter directly. Every other chapter does. So Chapter 5 would be the second one that doesn't if it's similar to Chapter 1. We don't currently know. Because Chapter 2, of course, has Carpentry, which goes to Chapter 3. Well, I guess Chapter 3 doesn't either. Oh yeah, so I guess there's 3 chapters then. So yeah, there's really only 2 then. It's Chapter 2 and 4 are the only ones that have one. 1, 3, and potentially 5 don't have anything that directly goes to next chapter. They have things that can go to every chapter, but not directly to following chapter, other than, I guess, technically to combat. As after the rework, every single thing's combat goes to the next chapter. Where Chapter 1's combat slightly bleeds into Chapter 2, Chapter 2 to Chapter 3, Chapter 3 to Chapter 4, so forth. So I guess after that, technically all combats do. But as far as like a non-combat skill that feeds into the next chapter, yeah, only 2 and 4 have it. Chapter 2 with carpentry and chapter 4 with leathermaker. Honestly, I kind of wish I could do this tree all the way to 200. That is not viable, though. That'd be a very bad idea. Also, I just realized, though, this is the final time we have to do it before 200. Aw, that's gonna be sad. 4 more levels. Well, technically 5, but 4 more levels and we never have to do this tree again. Luckily, it's the one you have to do like a billion times post 200, though. Is the second you hit 200. You're at the pine again. Technically 197. Oh, wait, we do have to do it one more time before max then. Yay! It's also the main tree you have to do post 200 to get into post 200. Alright, so yeah, we do get it one more time for 3 levels. Barely, though. You don't do it for any carpentry, though, so doing it's not that ideal. So I'm not sure if I even will do them. Because even though it's better woodcutting XP, I'm going to be banking 0 carpentry. As even though it costs requires 200 woodcutting to get it. Or sorry, it's 197 woodcutting, but you require 200 carpentry to be able to process it. And if we're already at 200, we're done. So I have no need to do them. So for those final 3 levels, I'd probably just be doing, well, what is the alternative, though? Oh, maybe I do have to do them. Because what's the prior alternative to that? Oaks? We're still doing ash trees? Ooh. Are we just ash treeing all the way to max? Because honestly, I might be. If I want a clean bank, I kind of have to. Or I might do oaks for like a couple hundred and that's it. But then the rest are just done exclusively off of ash tree. All the way from 184 to max. Or, you know, 200 when I say max. Oh, there we go. Woodcutting level. 4 more to go. Until we get a tree upgrade. But the next tree we only have to stay at 5 levels, which is nice because I hate hickory. Hickory is really similar to pine with how it's set up. But its gameplay cycle is way worse. Like, they're trying to be the same tree, but hickory is just way worse. With the gameplay loop. Can't remember what hickory is used for. I believe hickory is the yellow color. It's where you get all the good yellow weapons in the game. I believe you need it for every Cryonite yellow weapon. As well as for one of the Hammer Mage yellow weapons. Unless that's pine. Maybe thinking of it the other way around, but I'm pretty sure it's hickory. It's basically the yellow tree. Like every yellow weapon in the game pretty much comes from them. At least all the melee weapons. Because I believe the only exception is the 2-hand for Hammer Mage. I believe every other yellow melee weapon quite literally comes from that tree. Which I think I'll double check, but I'm almost guaranteed that's actually the case. Let's see, where is it? Where's hickory? How do I get back to, Because last I recall, this, I'm pretty sure is correct. I'm just gonna click on the trees for once. Gonna get rid of all of our extra XP we normally get. So I can go check this real quick. Where's hickory? Because that might be the only good thing about this thing. Oh, it only makes one of the weapons, though. Like, it makes one for both. It makes the one-hand yellow weapon for both classes. So not every yellow weapon, but all the one-handed yellow weapons require hickory. Like 100% of every yellow one-handed weapon is Hickory. As Guardian doesn't have any. And both Hammer Mage and Cryo Knight yellow one-hand requires it. So long story short, it's not that useful then. Because the two hands are way better than the one hand. Though the only two-hand yellow, I believe, is off a Hammer Mage. And it's probably the most annoying weapon to make in the whole game. It requires U-Pole and Deathstone. I don't think there's a single thing in the entire game more annoying to craft than the two-hand yellow weapon. I didn't think about that. Wait. What is Guardian's blue weapon? Or wait, or is it the other way around? He's not trying to think which one is exclusive to Cryo Knight. Because I didn't think about that for each of the three colors. Because there's only one yellow two-hand weapon. It's on Hammer Mage. I'm not sure what the other two for the other two are. Actually, I think it's two-hand for all three now that I'm thinking about it. Because the one for Hammer Mage for green is, well, green. So, or one hand, I mean. Not a two-hand. So the only two-hand for green is off of Guardian. Is that the case for Cryo Knight as well, then? What is the other blue weapon? It would have to be on Guardian. What are all of Guardian's weapons, then? What is Guardian's blue melee, then? Is there a way to check on the thing? Oh, a two-hand spear. Okay, so it's the rapier. Oh, okay. That's why I wanted to check. Interesting. So it's the only one that's like that, then. That means Hammer Mage is the only class with a two-hand yellow. Guardian's the only class with a two-hand green. But Cryo Knight is really shield heavy, which makes sense because it's supposed to be a tank. As it has the only one-hand blue weapon, as well as of the three range weapons being the only one that's one-handed. Is both the good range weapons for Guardian and Hammer Mage are both two-handed. Interesting. So it is the tank class. It doesn't seem like it too much, but yeah, it is. As it's the only one whose primary weapon is shield-based, as well as the only range one that is shield-based. How relevant will that be? Who knows? That's likely relevant for PvP and maybe some bossing in the future. It's pretty irrelevant in the current state of the game, though, because shield means almost nothing. Currently. But down the line, that'd be a lot more relevant. When there's actually content where you have to tank forward to any degree. But it does make Cryo Knights the tankiest class, technically. Not only is two of their three primary weapons able to wield a shield, but of them, they're the only one out of any color category that wields a shield in those situations. Whereas every other class would be two-handing in that same situation. Two hands are better DPS, though. Which is basically the only thing that matters right now. But Cryo Knight still has an option for it. They just have to use their two-hand blue. Or use their longsword, which is really good. Because that's another thing that Cryo Knight has that's pretty nice. Which is actually probably one of my favorite things about them. Is it is the only class with a two-hand physical weapon as well. Even though a lot of the primary options are forced to not have a shield, it makes it so a lot of their other options do have a shield. Kind of like how all the primary weapons for Hammer Mage are slow, which makes it so a lot of its alternative items, like for Def, is like the quickest in the game, as far as attack speed. But Cryo Knight setup's pretty similarly. Because it's so shield heavy for all of its primary options, it's very non-shield heavy for all of its non-primary. But its most noteworthy one being a physical two-hand. Which is why we use the longsword so much. Yeah, that's the two biggest benefits of Cryo Knight. Really shield heavy. And has the best physical weapon. And of course the best blue weapons, but that's to be expected. But I'm curious to see how that plays for PvP. Because PvP should be the first content in the game where you need a shield. Like, properly need a shield. Where you're not trolling when you're wielding a shield. No, there are a lot of areas where you do now before the combat rework. I just feel like after combat rework, like, shields don't exist anymore. You're gonna have too much DPS for a shield to matter. Plus your armor proficiency is gonna be too low to even get that much value from a shield. You'd probably get more value just by putting it into like max HP or something. Especially if Necromage gets any amount of lifesteal. I still can't wait to go relearn the whole combat system, though. It's basically going to be day one all over again. Also, one funny thing we did with combat on day one is I wasn't really exploring that much. So I just ended up camping the level 4 thieves because I couldn't figure out where anything else was. And the servers got reset like 3 times. So we had to spend like almost 2 hours on just level 4 thieves. Because we keep getting reset over and over again with the server rollbacks that they kept doing on day one. So something that we should have been at for like 10-20 minutes, we were at for like 2 hours. We still never got that 4-star back. Though I still have 1 3-star from that we saved, that we still have to this day. It's something that's going to be really fun, too, when Chapter 5 actually comes out. Exploring a gigantic new area all over again. Because that's something I felt like Old School RuneScape did really good with Volamore. Because the first feeling to the area was really, really good. When you get a whole entire new zone that's completely, like, feature complete. Because it's basically going to be every new region when Brighter Shores comes out. A pretty much near feature complete update. With a bunch of side quests, a bunch of stuff to do in the area. 4 new skills at minimum. Even though 2 of them are likely to be pretty similar. Like, you know, a combat skill and something to go get gathering material from. But at least still 2 new ones, if nothing else. Even if 2 of them are kind of similar. The 2 new ones for next chapter, of course, being Builder and Armor Maker. Because Delver is basically just Forager or Gatherer. And Combat is obviously just Combat. So I just realized my merchant level from when I did that activity a little bit earlier is just teasing the bar at this point. I really should go get to 239 merchant sometime soon. I just need to find a day or two where we actually feel like doing it and just do the grind. We get an EXP buff at 233, and at 239 we could do the next hide. And if we were to sell 80% of that hide, or 90%, we should be loaded until basically the combat rework. The only reason I'm kind of hesitant on that is the combat rework is so close that we probably don't need the money. And the only reason I'd be doing it is because of the money. Because we're basically perpetually at 0. But the second the combat rework comes out, we have infinite money. As combat sinks almost no money, while generating a lot per hour. Especially post 200. Pre-200 doesn't make that much though. But after you get past 200, it starts to make a lot. Assuming you're selling everything. Hello, Stefan. Welcome, welcome. You just hit 200 Forager here? Nice. Congrats. Yeah, we're aiming for 200 Woodcutter. Honestly, I'm hitting for 200 both by Tuesday, I think. Either Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm hitting for 200 Woodcutter Carpenter. And then from there, we got about a week to go do the other 3. Or however far we can get. And hopefully by then the combat rework will hit. And or a new quest that could tangent us a little. But realistically, a new quest would tangent us for only like an hour or 2. In the sense that we almost guarantee have the requirement for it. Even if they put it in chapter 1 and 2 where our combat is way lower. I'm pretty sure we could just cheese the boss even if it's like level 80. I need 290 more levels to go. Oh gosh, you're going all the way for Monument. There's a chance if you enable trading that you're just going to be able to buy Monument, though. It's the main thing that's going to likely keep me maintaining only 200 Forager. And even if you do have to do it yourself and you can't trade for it, I don't think I'm going to do it just for Monument, though. I was mentioning it earlier, but I would personally way sooner get 500 Gatherer than I would 500 Forager. The supplies you get from it are just so much more useful. I don't plan to do either anytime soon, though. Honestly, pretty much every skill in Chapter 1 and 2, other than Combat and maybe Alchemy, are probably staying 200 for a very, very, very long time. The only exceptions I could ever see is if we start getting more Venture slots, I might open up Fisher to be able to do the post-200 Venture, if there's not better ones by then. I think you need like 226 for that. Aside from that, we can go a little bit deeper into Woodcutting Carpentry, 208 and 216 to get to the next log. That gives us access to all tier 5s except for you. But that's basically it. And Alchemy, of course, just because potion making is really useful. But that's basically it. Like 208 Woodcutter, 216 Carpentry, and 226 plus Fishing just to get the Venture rolling. And however much further we'd go in Alchemy. But Chef, I definitely wouldn't get up in his current state. Forager, I don't plan on ever getting above 200. Especially if the monument reward is just something purely cosmetic. It'd be a fun challenge to do someday. But that's for someday, not anytime soon. Because it's like a 1-month venture if you want to go all the way to max forager. This is not like a quick little like weekend grind. Yeah, that's basically what this woodcutting grind is. Like, we can almost finish it within this weekend. Not fully, but pretty close. But something like 490 forager, that is, gosh. Like, that's more like a 1-month grind rather than a 1-weekend grind. That is very long. Getting a skill to 200 is basically the equivalence of getting a, like, 45 post 200 skill. Getting to 43 mining is nearly harder than getting anyone's skill to, or 243 mining is harder than getting anyone's skill to 200. Seems like 256 smithing. There's one thing that's kind of crazy whenever you see someone at, oh, that's not what I wanted. Go back, go back. When you see someone with, like, multiple 500s. Because that takes a long time. If you have, like, 2, 3, 4, 500s right now, that is an insanely high amount of time. As 1 500 is basically the equivalence of, let's see, how many 200s? That's basically the equivalence of at least 6 200s. One single 500. No! Not sure why I did it so early there. Let's see, do we still make it in time? We might. It's gonna be really tight though. Okay, we should be fine. As long as this guy grabs aggro rather than that guy. Don't do it! Alright, we're fine. There, we got pretty lucky. In both directions. I'll take it. Alright, 3.5 levels to go. And then maybe we go on a carpentry break. Gosh, I'm scared to know how many we have banked, though. It's like 700 or 800. You could do like 200 an hour. And that's assuming you're banking. That's not even count. I mean, not banking. That assumes that you're selling, not even banking. That's why I said earlier I'll probably do some of them, but not all of them. Because if we were to bank all of these, so I'm pretty sure I am going to be selling like half. But if we were to bank all of them, it would take roughly an extra hour of just walking. I was like, hello, Kush. Welcome, welcome. If we were to bank every one of these instead of selling them, it's about an hour extra of just walking back and forth over and over again. Obviously split between. That is effectively what it would be compared to selling them to the shop. I do plan to bank some of them. I just don't think I'll bank all of them, though. I need to double check what they're used for. But last I recall, they're not that good. Like, they're not that bad, but they're also not that good. I can double check. What are pines used for? I believe I just need it for fire dagger. Not counting hammer mage stuff. Oh, yeah, that was the other one. It's used for every yellow range weapon in the game, including the best in slot as well as Cryo Knight's best one. Actually, that's not true. It's not used for Guardian's yellow range weapon. But it's used for the best in slot yellow range weapon as well as Cryo Knight's best option. As well as just the best options that's in the whole game. We also use it for Fire Dagger, which currently is useless, but it might be useful after special attacks come in. They're really bad right now, though. But yeah, they're used exclusively for range weapons, particularly of the yellow variety. Which I'm not sure how overall viable that's really going to be, because Cryo Knight has 0 best in slots currently from it. The biggest issue is we don't know what any special attacks are, so it's hard to tell. For all we know, that Fire Dagger could be like the best range spec we have. Oh gosh, I keep forgetting whenever you have that menu open. I hope they fix that for queuable action soon. There's a lot of adjustments that it needs. They'll add it at some point. It's gotta keep remembering to not open up a menu. Otherwise it stalls your whole queue. But yeah, the main goal at this point is to get this grind done by the end of Tuesday. Worst comes to worst, we'll do it on Wednesday as well. But I want to try aiming for Tuesday so that we can basically hope port lock ourselves for a week. Which, what day would that be? If we start on Wednesday, the 5th. Which means if we're trying to finish by Valentine's Day, we'd have 9 days to finish Hope Port. Which sounds very unrealistic. Well, I guess technically doable? I'd basically have to average 33 levels a day. Which is technically doable. It's just not too bad, actually, now that I'm breaking it down. Yeah, that should be doable. We gotta do 33 levels a day. For 9 days straight. And only Hope Port. But yeah, that's actually not that hard. Because counting for knowledge, we're getting about 3 levels an hour. Well, at least for Fisher and Forger we are, for most of them. Cook, not so much. I think that's slightly lower. But Fisher and Forager, accounting for knowledge, should be about 3 levels an hour. Give or take a little. Both of them. So something like 33 hours a day. I mean, 33 levels a day is only 11 hours into them. The problem is Chef. Chef is the weird curveball in it. Especially if you're doing it semi-AFK. I think even accounting for knowledge is like 2.5 an hour. Unless you're also doing every contract the whole time. Which pushes it closer to a bit closer to 3. The problem is when you're like mass AFKing it doing just like one item. Like stew or egg or bacon sandwich or something. Like, especially when you're in the dead zone before you get to the next one. Like 170 is the last dish we get basically. So by 190 your XP rate is abysmal for not doing contracts like the whole way or just knowledging it up. Like we basically have to train non-cooking to get cooking up at that point. It's one of the reasons I've actually been grinding a little bit of AFK stews and stuff. Because by the time we get close to the Fisher Forager grind being done, I actually want to have cooking basically already completed. So we can use that last little bit of knowledge on it. Because those last 10 levels for cooking are going to be really rough. Like rougher than when we did the, what's it called, grind? The, gosh, what was it called? The Brand Off Inheritance. That one stream where we did like level 25 stew or whatever it was, all the way till like 61 or 63 cooking. Or chef, whatever it was. Yeah, I think it was 61. But, yeah, that grind is easier than getting those final 10 levels. With bacon sandwich. So we're really going to need some knowledge assist. To basically just brute force it up. But honestly, out of everything that we don't have max yet, I'm actually dreading cooking more than carpentry, oddly enough. Mostly because cooking has a lot of the downsides that carpentry has. But with a lot more variance in a bad way. Not in the bad way in the sense of it's bad, is that I actually enjoy cooking in this game. I mean as far as like AFK ability. There's one thing that carpentry has that's a little bit like not horrific. Is if you really want to AFK it, you can. You can't quite do the same with cooking if you want good rates. Like, you can do that with carpentry and be getting good rates because you have no other option. But you can't quite do the same with cooking and get good rates because you're giving up so much XP if you're doing it for cooking. Oh, hello, New Creamy! Welcome, welcome. How's goes the mining smithing grind? Have you passed this on smithing yet? Probably will in the next few days. We're not getting to it until about like 2 weeks from now. We're already setting up our master plan for all of our levelings. Trying to get 200 woodcutting carpentry by end of Tuesday, hopefully. Then we lock ourselves to Hope Port for like 9 days. Getting at least like 33 levels a day. And then we probably go to mining, back to Mines of Batubin. So what is that, 11 days from now? No, more than that. It's like 13 days from now. 13, 14 days we start getting back to Mines of Batubin. You're at 247 and 236? Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to get to 247 with just the daily. Oh yeah, I get to do it in 2 hours as well. But I've been doing pretty much exclusively the daily. Oh, so if you're wondering why that daily is set up at such a weird time, I was really tired last night, so I actually went to bed like super early. But then set my alarm to wake up in like the middle of the night. But then also took another nap. My sleep schedule today has been a nightmare. I'm not sure how to describe it. But basically, I think I went to bed by like 9 or 10 p.m. Then I woke up at like 4 something. Then I went to bed again at like 9 a.m. and then woke up at 11. I have no clue what my sleep was, but honestly, I feel rested. It's like the most chaotic schedule you've ever seen for sleep. But, yeah, I feel rested after it, though. And I just felt really tired last night, so I was like, oh, let me go to bed early. But because I did that, I woke up in, like, 4 a.m. I said, hello, Eddie! Welcome, welcome! Yeah, 1 potion is not enough for smithing. It's only enough for bones. Bones are the only thing that you can process that 1 potion will last for. It doesn't work for stone or for, what's it called? Oh no, is he gonna get me? No! Oh, we got caught. Oh, we're slightly too slow. Is that enough for stone? I haven't done it in a while. Because I know for sure it doesn't work on Goblin. Because that's where I do all my iron ore. And it never lets me do 4 of them. You have no problem, Eddie. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. You're on the cooking grind right now? Nice. Yeah, I'll be joining you next week. You'll probably see me a lot. Because I'm trying to finish out the forest by like Tuesday or Wednesday. And after that, we're basically port locked until the combat rework. If the combat rework doesn't happen by the time we have 200 all non-combat there, we're then locked to the mines until the combat rework. So we're like forest only for the next few days. Then we're like port locked for a good week or 2. And then we're locked to the mine basically until the combat rework. If that, there's a chance the combat rework happens before then. Though I do hope that the combat rework is later this month or earlier. Or later than that, I mean. Because I'm going to be away for the 17th and 18th. Potentially part of the 19th as well. Like the 19th stream will probably be a bit shorter. But I'm going to be away for like 2.5 days. And I really hope the combat rework does not happen during that time. Because I will not be around. I'll still be able to grind it, but you know, it'd be off stream. Which is not ideal. But I'm really hoping the combat rework is like late this month, if they do it this month. Like really late this month. Like the final week of the month. Oh, you're doing non-24. Oh, okay, I see why. Yeah, it works for 23. It doesn't work for 24, though. I was gonna say, how on earth do you get it quick enough? But yeah, it's because you're doing 23. But yeah, it doesn't work on 24. But it works for 24 bones. Well, I always pot next to the, I think my problem is I always pot next to the storage bin. Though, after you have equipable potions, you'll be able to pot next to the smither. So maybe that'll be enough to fix it. Once we have equipable potions. Because I always drop and redo the pot at the storage thing, not at the, smelter. Which wastes like 2 or 3 seconds of what could otherwise be XP time. But that gets automatically fixed once equipable potions come into the game after the quest comes in for it. Hopefully one of the 2 quests they're working on is the equipable potion quest. Because that's going to make the 500 smithing grind so good. Especially if they add that before the combat rework. Because that means we can actually go grind the smithing grind with the reworked potion. But yeah, that'd be the most ideal situation. If the next quest we get is equipable potions, and then we get the combat rework like a few weeks later, that'd be like my most ideal scenario. Is like equipable potions come out within the next 2 weeks or so. The earlier the better. And then the combat reworks like late this month or early March. We have no clue if that's going to be the case, but that would be like the most ideal thing ever. Because that would give us a solid like 2-3 weeks to do smithing with equipable potions. As it's one of many activities that gains a huge benefit from not having potions in the inventory. Though in all fairness, almost everything does. It's not like anything gets worse from you having potions not in your inventory. It's just an improvement down the line. It really just comes down to how much does something get improved by it. But everything gets improved by it. It's more so by how much. And smithing is one of those that actually does get a decent improvement. Like all 3 of the production skills. Because otherwise you have to do 23 with a potion. Alright, by the way, I didn't mention it recently, but our goal today is to get 152 woodcutting, by the way. 152 woodcutting and just do some carpentry. Overall goal for carpentry. And then off stream, I can just AFK like crazy on woodcutting. As the 2 next trees are completely AFK trees, Juniper and Bramble. I might even just make the goal tomorrow just to get, potentially just to go for 200 woodcutting. I think it's doable. Well, bare minimum 152 by the time we hit end stream button. I want to try to do at least 10-20 levels off stream. And if we're at least level 170... Oh, wait, no, we'd have to be at least 180 to be able to finish it on stream tomorrow. I don't know, how much time is between now and tomorrow? Let's say I do it for like 10 hours off stream. That's ambitious, but it should be doable. Let's say we did AFK woodcutting for 10 hours and we were decently efficient at it and not wasting too much time. What does that bring us to? So 152. We do another 10 hours. Let's say we get 25 in that time. That's 177. Oh yeah, that's very doable. And then 23 levels tomorrow. The problem is a lot of that knowledge I have to be dumping into carpentry, not into woodcutting. The other problem with that is I also need to be doing some amount of carpentry along the line. So yeah, I don't think we can hit it tomorrow. I do want to get really high, though. The main reason we can't hit it tomorrow is I do need to do both carpentry and woodcutting, not just woodcutting. Otherwise, all the knowledge we put into carpentry gets diminished. Because we need to use whatever supplies we already have in the bank as we go, just to maximize on how much XP we're getting from the knowledge. Like, between the 2 streams, I gotta do every pine in the bank, and honestly, probably even every hickory. Which is the next tree we're going to at 147. Which I will be woodcutting on stream, but we aren't even gonna be touching them at all for carpentry today. Tonight I will be, but not today. You're trying to get all your iron done today? Ooh, nice. Yeah, you mentioned it was almost like 15,000. Good luck with that. That's a lot of iron. It's definitely doable, though. Yeah, it's going to be scarier once we do go back to mining and smithing. Do you know how many flatniums I'm going to have to do? Because the number is a 5-digit number. Not just any 5-digit number, but like a midway 5-digit number. Like, depending on how many stones I skip, I think we legitimately have to do, like, 50,000 flatniums. Like, it's something crazy, crazy high. But that's if I want to skip all stone. Of course, we could simply just do the stone. But that's only for stone skipping. Though we technically only partial stone skip. Depending on how I want to bank, we actually can bank granite for free while doing flatniums. Because instead of doing 26 flatnium, I could be doing 24 with 20 flat into 4 granite. I still think 24 or 26 is better though. But we'll definitely test it once we get to 278 mining, whenever we get there. Yeah, I'm still not sure if I'm doing 20 flatnium, 4 granite, or 26 flatnium. So that we could do 5 inventories of 24. Ideally by then equipable potions exist, so we don't need to worry about potion juggle at all. Because both methods benefit greatly from not needing to juggle a potion. That's actually where one of the few times where we lost a potion spawn was. When we were doing flatniums one time. I think we despawned them like 3 times. Once was at... I forgot where the first one was. The second one was at flatnium. And the third time was at femur shard. Where's the first? I actually don't even remember. Or was flatnium the first? Because I know we lost one at flatnium, 1 stack of potions. We lost 1 stack of potions at femur shard. Can't remember where the third was. Maybe those were the only 2 times. I just sworn there was a third time. Oh, you only have 8.9k left? Oh, you could easily get that done today then, yeah. That's definitely doable. I mean, not easily. Easily is not the right word. But it's definitely doable. It'll take a while, though. Hey, that reminds me. Speaking of leaderboard, I think we're actually getting pretty close. Yeah, we are. We're only 9 levels away from taking 24th. Not that we're trying to, but a byproduct of our grind. We've been going so heavy on trying to get 200 all that we're actually climbing leaderboard. Not because we're trying to climb leaderboard, but just because it's a byproduct, obviously, of just trying to wide farm. Hello now, Vic. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Yeah, I've been dreading the cooking grind. I enjoy doing cooking in this game. But if you want to do the more chill AFK method, your XP rate's going to be bad. Especially during the dead zones of cooking. But we're getting really close to the next dead zone. Like 140 to 144 is pretty dead until we get to 144. But we're already starting to feel it even at 134. Up, another woodcutting level, 2 to go. You're doing the merchant AFK and you got to 252? Nice. Yeah, I really need to go push to 239 so I can do the next hide at some point. It's just the combat rework is so close, I just don't feel the need to go make money from it. And Chapter 5 is so far away, I don't feel the need to get it up for Leatherworker yet. Even though that will eventually push us up on the levels. There's something else I really need to make sure I have in case it pops out of nowhere. Because I mentioned they're doing 2 new quests, but for all we know, it could be a new venture slot. One of the quests might be the one that unlocks bricks and tiles. The reason why this is a worry is I would have to get 250 merchant immediately. Like the second that day happens, I need to go get 250 merchant. And 250 merchant from where we are is at least like 20 hours. Like, that's not a 1-day grind. It's a 2-day grind, but definitely not doing that all in 1 day. So I kind of need to poke it up in case they ever do that update out of nowhere. As there could eventually just be a quest that unlocks the brick and tile venture. I assume they would do it a lot closer to when Chapter 5 actually releases, though, and not soon. But you never know. It could just be any quest they ever add. Could be the one. Because technically you don't need 250 to go run it. But if you want to get perfect material from it, you do need 250 at least. 250 for perfect bricks and 322 for perfect tile. Currently the venture does not work. But they could easily just add a quest that makes it start working. As the main reward for the quest. Also, on our current poll, quality of life and time savers are actually winning right now. Is that 39% compared to every other one, the three other options. I'm somewhat surprised, though it kind of makes sense, because most of the current rewards are in that category. Because the biggest reward in that category right now is storage rifts. Would be under the category of quality of life / time savers. And the biggest one coming up that we know is coming somewhat soon is equipable potions. Which is also, of course, under quality of life and time savers. No! What? You were done! What are you doing? So when are they adding cubable walk again? Because to some degree, cubable actions barely even matter for the purpose of not canceling your action early. If you need a manual walk, which weight breaks your queue anyways. Because you can't currently cubable walk. You can only queue a resource. Which leads to a lot of situations where one of the purposes of what it's supposed to solve still happens. It reminds me a lot of the 200% meter for knowledge. Where the main thing it's trying to solve is actually not solved. It just moves the goalpost to 200% rather than 100%. And cubable actions kind of remind me of that too. Because I feel like it's trying to solve... It tries to solve a couple things. But one thing it's trying to solve is make sure you don't cancel an action early. But you still can in any activity that requires manual walking. Is you can't queue a walk, so any manual walk will auto-break your queue. And there's so many gather activities where you need a manual walk. Like this one alone requires 4 manual walks per cycle. If you're doing it tile perfectly. So I'm really tempted to do this next double XP dump on the woodcutting instead of carpentry. As much as I prefer these over the other one that we'll have to do, the other ones are quite a bit more XP per hour. I gotta double check the exact number. For one, we're not wasting time doing gather, even though that's a lot of free gather XP. But the amount of extra woodcutting XP is quite a lot, actually. Even if you don't count for the extra that we're getting from not doing gatherer. It also, of course, banks better carpentry XP. And I'll check it after we do all the billion manual walks we gotta go do. But you gotta do 4 of them. 1 to this tree right here. 1 right over here. 1 right over there, and then again over there. 4 manual walks for 1 cycle. Yeah, let's see if I can find it real quick. Looking for, not juniper. Looking for this hickory. Hey, we might gain a gathering level. The sad part is it's not actually going to go all the way. It's just going to tease the bar, but not get all the way. Okay, there we go. We have enough AFK time now. What number am I looking at here? We're looking at this number compared to, what, 1 behind? Yeah, 1 behind. It's not that much better. It is surprisingly not that much better. Though this is slightly worse than what it shows there because we're going for a little bit of gathering XP. But it's only like a 10% increase. But it's also like a 10% increase for carpentry as well, which is huge. It's not just a single 10%, but like a double 10%. So to some degree, it's almost like a 20% increase. But, yeah, it's definitely worth moving, of course. I was not sure if it's worth dumping a knowledge to get there slightly early. It probably will. Of course, that's XP not going into carpentry, but, you know, we'll get plenty of XP into carpentry later. That's not a worry. We're going to be getting plenty enough into carpentry later. Oh, I keep forgetting. No! You can't have a menu open while you're doing a queue. Oh, gosh, we've already gone for 2 hours. Wow. It's not even at a tree upgrade yet either. We're about to be though. If we double dump this into knowledge, we only need 1 more level. If we put all this into woodcutting, which I think I will be at this point. So we just need 1 more woodcutting level after that then. Yeah, I'm not as big a fan of hickory cycle, but it's worth it for 10% XP. The gameplay for it's slightly worse, but 10% XP is too much to pass up on. I did it again. Every time. The handbrake item is for passive or active. It's for both. It's used for anything that requires a bone. Both active and passive that requires bones. So it works for every bone for gatherer, but also for any of them where you have to AFK for like a rib or something. Which is not a lot of the AFKs. I think it's only like 1 out of however many there are. But yeah, it works for both the passive and active, but only for things that are bone related. So it works for the 4 ground bones and whatever the one passive is that's bone. I forget what it's called. I think it's like sheep rib or something. Yeah, sheep rib. But it works on sheep rib as well as every bone that you get actively. It works for the sheep rib passive and every active bone. Oh, so I definitely read that as handrake initially. When I read your question. And not as handrake. I was like, when on earth did they add a handrake weapon? That does sound like a fun weapon, though. Hey, he added salamanders as a weapon to his other game. We could definitely add hand drakes to Brighter Shores. Just carry around a random dragon as a weapon. I'm not sure if the trowel works on any passive. And it only works on a few actives. I forget the full list. But it works on the shells on the beach, as well as potatoes. And I believe that's it. There might be a third. I'm pretty sure it's just the shell beach and the potato. I don't think it works on any passive. Most active tools do not work on passives. I think the only 3 exceptions are hand rake, the axe that we're using right now, and pickaxe. Are the only few that bleed into the passive as well. Most other active tools do not work on passives at all. Like the axe that we're using right now works on the passive for woodcutting where you chop wood. But not on any other one. It's XP time. Oh, that's not my potion. I saw a green object and was like, ooh, potion. Wrong green object. I'm putting this to woodcutting. Just to get us to our next XP rate a little quicker. And now I just need 1 level. No, I did it again. I can't wait till they fix that. The amount of times I've done that is so high. When you open up a menu while doing a queue and it just freezes everything. I think I've done it enough times I'm not even gonna have enough terror for this room. Or fear, whatever it is. No! If I only had 1 second more. I could have aggro skipped him. Unfortunate. Oh, so I used up a way less 7% than I thought we would. I'm pretty sure we still have like 200 something banked. And of course, we're not done with the grind yet, but I think even when we are, we still have like 200 left. I was going to use every last one of them, but we don't even really need to. Save them in case we ever come back for something. For example, when I'm doing 500 scout here, if we do end up doing 500 scout, I can save them for knowledge and carpentry. Because if I was to dump knowledge within the same chapter while training the combat, the main target for each chapter, oddly enough, would be for chapter 1. Surprisingly, I'd be dumping into cooking, not into alchemy. For Hope Forest, I'd be dumping into carpentry. For Mines and Tubin, I'd be dumping into Smithing if we don't already have it. Otherwise, I'd be dumping into Bonerite. And in Chronopolis, we'd be dumping into Leatherworker. And in Chapter 5, we'd be dumping it into either Builder or Armor Maker. But yeah, when we do 500 for Hopeport, I'm pretty sure I am dumping into Chef. Just out of concern that they're going to buff cooking to the point where it's actually usable. And I'd rather have the higher cooking level ready to go already. Whereas we already know what alchemy is going to do. And worst comes to worst, when trading comes out, we can just buy it. Whereas we might not be able to buy the dishes that we need for whatever buff they do for Chef. As they are not storable currently. Whereas alchemy supplies are all storable, so they are all tradable most likely. But the buffs that you get from Chef might not be tradable. Like, you might actually need the active level to be able to get it, even with trading enabled. Like, you'd be able to buy the fish for it and the ingredients, but you might not be able to buy the final product, like you can for alchemy. Oh gosh, it's still been so cold lately. Keep getting like a slight shiver in this room. Like, it's not even as cold as it was the other day when it was snowing. It still feels cold. Even though it's slightly warmer. Problem is, it's like peak midday and it's still cold though. Which is like never the case in this area. Like, it's pretty much summer year-round, so the fact that it actually feels like winter is, like, so off-putting here. Alright, this is hopefully the last fear potion we need to drink on this tree. Because the rest we should be able to get it in within that time. As we get that knowledge point up. Should be pretty close. Not sure if we get all the way though. I do have to say, though, we'll probably save the chef grind for when we also do old school RuneScape. For the final few days that we do membership. Because I'm probably not going to be playing that game for like half a year. Or, you know, like properly playing it. I might as well just be 8th King a minigame at 19 minutes at a time. So the final few days of our membership, we might do one last hurrah. Because we haven't streamed it properly since Brighter Shores. Our last stream of it was like mid-October. I don't want to get my fill before we don't play it for like half a year. And I feel like the best thing that we still have left that we could synergize it with is Chef. Though technically if we're at an AFK fish, we could also do it for the AFK fish. It would cost us like 10% XP per hour, but it'd be super AFK. Which actually that might be the better target for it now that I think about it. Because it's more consistently loopable. The problem with Chef is you can't infinitely loop it. Because you always have to keep going to go buy ingredients. And it wastes time to bank ingredients. The only time you should ever use bank ingredients for cooking is if you're buying it from another player. If you're banking them yourself and then using them from the bank, it actually just wastes time. Because you're effectively double banking instead of single banking. There's something that gets improved a lot when trading comes out, though. Because you can just camp cooking without ever leaving the room by just pre-buying everything. Because right now it wastes time to pre-buy. I guess it technically could still waste time pre-buying when you're out, even after trading, because you got to find people to trade. But it wastes less overall time buying like 1,000 bread or 5,000 bread or, you know, 3,000 of a potato you need or something. Compared to how the current system works, where you have to do it 24 at a time. Half a level to go. Technically even less because our next knowledge point is going straight on it. And then we get a change of scenery. And we only have to do hickories for 5 levels, which is nice. I'm glad it's only 5 levels. How long do we have to do it the second time around, though? Oh, no, we don't. Perfect. This is the last time we have to do hickory ever. Well, I mean, not ever, but... Pre-200, this is the last time we ever have to do hickory. The yew tree that we have to do will also be the last time we have to do yew. It's also the last time we have to do bramble. And the last time we have to skip poplar. I'll still do like 22 or 44 of them, though, just to bank a few. But yeah, this is the final tree that we ever have to do for 200. Like the upgrade to this one. So a lot of the upcoming trees are the last time we have to do them pre-200. Like all of them are. Every upcoming tree after pine is the final time we ever have to rotate them pre-200. So after we finish hickory, that's the last time we ever have to do hickory. Then bramble, last time we have to do bramble, yew, so on and so forth. Oh wait, oops, why am I already banking? Oh no, wait. I made a mistake. Already doing a banking cycle as if we already are done. Whoops. Mistakes have been made. I think it's the first time I've ever done that. Whoops. Mine's already trying to head to hickory. Not quite there yet. Oh, so that's sad. Look at how close we are to a gathering level. Now we just have to keep teasing the bar for like a week straight. Unless I come back just to do a little bit of forge or just to push it over. Which we probably should at some point. Because we're going to be stuck at like 10,000 XP short of a level. Yeah, we're less than 100,000 XP short. Alright, this won't get us all the way, but it will get us really close. This XP drop right here. Who knows, maybe we'll get that gathering level after all. See, about how many more fruits do we need? We're getting like 3k each. We would need, what is that, 7? 8. We would need 8 more fruits. Also, I'm confused. If I grabbed another tree over here, how am I still 1 tree short? Oh, no, I see. Never mind. We're not 1 tree short. Let's see what happened. There goes the XP boost. Hopefully I can make it through that room in time. Because I don't need the other tree. That's fine. Come on. Make it, make it, make it. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Oh, that's going to be bad. I think we make it, though. Barely. Oh, we shouldn't need to drink another fear. At this point, I should just go until we get the gatherer level. Oh, we should be able to get it within the time it takes to get the woodcutting level. It should be the last set we need to do, and then was Telly away. Over to Hickory. Good, we got the aggro skip, so we don't need a fear potion. Or to waste 3 seconds. And now we camp these until 147 and 201 gatherer. Slowly but surely, we'll get to 208. Yeah, the entirety of the woodcutting grind only got us 1 gatherer level. That's kind of sad. As after this, we don't touch another gatherer resource for the entirety of woodcutting. So we only gained 1 level from the entirety of 200 woodcutting. It's a post-200 level, but it's still only 1 level. Mostly because Hickory was the only thing we really got synergy on. I guess technically Suaves, you get a little bit of Bone Spike. So technically, even if I don't get it here, the next time we have to go back to Suave, we'd be grabbing like 2 or 3 Bone Spike every inventory. Technically 4 if we have a equipable potion by then. So if we don't end up making it in time, we can technically just wait. But I'll probably still push for it now. We're already here, might as well. If we get 147 before the gatherer, we're just going to keep going until we get the gatherer. Because by the time we finish this inventory cycle, it would be done. Ah, there's our woodcutting. Alright, time to leave the gatherer there, though. We'll keep going till we get the gatherer level. Should be that many more fruit. Next few. Actually, probably the cycle probably gives us the level. Let's see, how many fruit do we need? We need 2 more fruit. But yeah, the end of the cycle gives us all we need then. Perfect. Over to Hickory we go. And it should be the final one. Unfortunately, you can't bank these, though. The only purpose they have is to be sold for 1.5 silver. Which is basically nothing. Wait, how is that not a level? No! Wait, how is that not a level? Wait, how short are we right now? Wait, how is that not a level? I'm confused. Oh, I was looking at the wrong number. Really? I didn't realize that wasn't a 7. Which means, yeah, even after this cycle, we don't have enough. Alright, fine. I'll just get off a Bone Spike later. Fine, we'll get off a Bone Spike. It's gonna bother me for, like, the next 2 days. In all fairness, we get to Bone Spike by, tomorrow, I think. If I do enough AFK off stream. So we're not waiting that long on it. Because we'll have it by tomorrow. But if this one plant doesn't do it, which it shouldn't, I'm just gonna get it tomorrow when we do Bone Spike with it. But we're still getting a little more Gather XP still. And then we grab you, and then we just teleport away. Alright, let's go do hickories. I do need to bank all the way in Hopeport though. Because I do need to trade out my 9-minute fear for 5% XP pot. So while I'm here, I might as well check the thingy as well. I can't do any cooking though, since my inventory is kind of full. I just want to come all the way back out. Well, let's check our message board. I'm probably just taking stews though. I kind of gotten tired of taking everything else, so I've been doing stew only ever since I last cleared it. Yep, Dr. Kush is doing alchemy. We still got 315 fears. We still got 1 billion of these potions, gosh. Days after banking them, though, but still. Still got like 250 left. Yeah, by the end of our grind, I think we still have 200 left, like we said. We'll use them when we're doing combat, I guess. Just dump into carpentry. But no, we'll see. Because I still want the woodcutting component to go with it. All this is trash, unfortunately. Not really. Fine. I'm just gonna take them all. I hate running a lot of those more annoying ones, but it is worth it. Alright, to hickory we go. Luckily, we only have to do hickory for 5 levels, and it's the final 5 we need to do to stream as well. Is then we'll just AFK Bramble, then we'll go AFK Juniper, and we're good to go. And here they are. Just gotta go to the bank real quick. Which is also the bank we'll be doing while doing the hickories. But unfortunately, the fruit here do not get an upgrade until level 264. AK never. Hey, Greybeard's over here. Wonder how his grind's been going. Oh yeah, you gotta manual click this tree too on the first cycle. I hate that. Honestly, everything about hickories I hate cycle-wise. I'm not sure why they made them so much worse than pine. Like, they're trying to do the same premise of what pine is, but they somehow made it like 10 times worse. It's not the worst tree in the game, though. But they tried to replicate what they did for pines, but made it worse somehow. So I'm not going to need to go to the other room for the one tree. The only reason we had to before was because I didn't bring a 5% pot. But I can't be bothered to keep going there every single time, so I'm just going to double pot it. Luckily, the cycles for these aren't as bad once we have equipable potions. The problem is when you have 1 or 2 potions in your inventory. It's awful. But if we have 0 in our inventory, it's actually a perfect 6-6-6-6 cycle. And then you just bank them all. The issues with this tree comes when you don't have equipable potion. So I guess these technically will be solved by equipable potion. Is there a perfect 6 cycle that's ruined by having any amount of potion in your inventory? Which will no longer be an issue soon. Luckily, these should be quite a bit more XP than what we were doing. Not just because they're 10% better, but we're not doing any gatherer. And even though there's 0 tile gatherer, and when we were doing the other method, it's not 0 time gatherer. It's 0 tile, but not 0 time. Which means we were still taking some time away from woodcutting that we were putting into gatherer. This method also has two different 0 tile ones that you could do. Orchid and the other plant. Similar to how the other one had clover and the other plant. The problem with these, though, is the level range. Because they're all pre-200, not post-200. And you have to go really deep to have access to these later. Let's see, butterfly tech? I heard butterfly tech. Have you tried the butterfly tech that you learned from Kale? Oh no, what's butterfly tech? If you can hear me. Not sure if they're only in-game or not. But Jakale's probably here too. I don't know if it's butterfly tech. For woodcutting. I assume they're referring to this tree. This seems pretty perfect cycle already, though. Only thing I can think of for butterfly tech is using the new respawn system to double do the same room. Cutting all 9 trees? Where's the other 3? I guess it's that east room? Doesn't that waste tiles, though? I'm pretty sure you have to go further for those 3 than you need to for these 3. I can walk into that room and check. What number does that put us at, then? If I do 3, 3, 3, 3... It still puts us at the same end number. It's 4 to 5% faster, is it? I could try it. The current one's off cycle for it, though. I haven't bothered counting all the tiles up. We've done very little woodcutting. Since we haven't done any post-200. And then you grab that tree, that tree, that tree. And you go the other way around and grab that tree, that tree, that tree. We're gonna have to take it a little bit weird this time because I start a weird cycle. Yeah, I see what we need to do for it. I'll do it on next cycle because this cycle was partially incomplete. I'll try to butterfly it next cycle. Does that mean the west room is quicker than north room then? Because if that's quicker that way, that would assume that this room is quicker than that room. But you have to do both due to respawns. But if that's the case, wouldn't you just only camp 2 rooms instead of 3? As I'm pretty sure the east room respawns by the time that you get there. If it actually is quicker than north room. Because I don't understand why you have to do all 3 rooms. Because if one room is quicker, then you should just be camping the other room that's quicker. Is that loud defiant? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, you would always end with the logs in this room. I know, is it because you're closer to this tile that you would go here? One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. 7 tiles. Let me count the full thing. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're gonna do it to the exact tile. 13, 14, 15, 16. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 until we get back to a tree. Alright, what's it for the other path? I'm gonna have to manual click this tree. So that was 29 tiles. Let's see what this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. No, I can't count. No, go back, go back. Uh, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Is that better? Let me go recount it the other way around. That's 33 tiles. Oh, if you want to send me a video of it on Discord, you can. I'm just counting the tiles to see if it's worth it. Wait, let me recount. So the other path is 33. Let me put that over here so I don't forget. So going west is 33. But you can send it to Discord if you want. But if it's more tiles, then it should be worse every time. But let me go recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Because I always thought Northform was better. 13, 14, 15, 16. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Yeah, it's 4 tiles better to do North Room. So you would never need to butterfly them unless equipable potions come out. But right now it is worse. Assuming you have any number of potions in your inventory. As it is 4 tiles worse doing that. Compared to North Room. The only reason you'll need a butterfly when potions come out is because you'll actually need it to fill up all 24. But if you're just camping 2 rooms, it's 4 tiles better doing north compared to west. But yes, you probably will need to incorporate West Room after Equipable Potion comes out. But they're not out at the moment, so we don't need to do that. Yeah, Terran's World shutting down tomorrow for Gems of War. I'm going to be mass downloading after the stream tonight. Or, after today for Brighter Shores. Yeah, I'm going to spend like a few hours just downloading the whole website pretty much. Not literally the whole website. But at least just to be prepared for the next few months. Or at least the next month. There will be an alternative coming out soon, though. I'm not sure who's going to be running it. Yeah, that reminds me. I really need to go download everything off the wiki for Brighter Shores as well. For whenever that might happen to Brighter Shores for some reason. I highly doubt it, though. Just so we have access to all the files in case it goes down. It's also good in case we ever lose electricity or something. Or connection's down, but I still need to go make a thumbnail or something. Because you can still do it even without internet connection. Because I don't have any files backed up currently for Brighter Shores. I just realized, are they both the exact same number of tiles? Because I just realized I counted it from that tree. However, when you're cycling those trees, you would actually have to count it from the other tree. Which if you add 4 to the 29 we had, they actually are both exactly the same. Wait, how many up-downs do you have to do in that room? Oh, you got an extra up-down though. So the west room is still slower. It has 3 up-downs instead of 2 up-downs. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, this one already got counted. But yeah, I see what happened there then. But no, they're both the same amount. Oops, I meant to grab this from the other side. But they're both the same amount of tiles. It just north has 1 less up-down. But yes, you would incorporate both rooms if you don't have any potions on you, though. To make up for the lack of potion. Or, you know, equivalent potions. But everything I can tell, north room is ever so slightly quicker. Because even if it's the exact same number of tiles, which it looks like it might be because I forgot to count those other 4 for moving there. Even if it's the exact same number of tiles, it has 1 less up-down. And an up-down takes longer than a grounded tree. There's not a single tree is grounded in west room. But north room has 1 grounded tree. And it's this one. But yeah, I see what you mean with butterfly method for when potions come out, though. Because you have to do that room, that room, that room, that room, that room, and then go bank. Like something along those lines for pattern. Oh, does that waste a tile going for this one first? I didn't realize that. I might be wasting 1 tile every time because you have to do a hard corner. I gotta double check. There's something else I need to count if we're doing north room. Is it better to do east tree first or west tree first? Oh, actually, sorry, west tree or east. Because I forgot I have my camera the wrong way. Sorry, north tree or south. It might be better to do the 1 grounded tree. Just because of the angle that you have to do weirdly. I can count it from here. I don't even need to do the movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. And what's it the other way around? Oh, let's see. 8. I'll double check. And go all the way to here. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. What's it the other way around? Wait, where did I start from, though? This is the problem. Wait. Let me start all the way from here. I just want to see what the full cycle is. I guess you would start from here regardless. So it's 1, 2, 3... Wait, I'm counting wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Or technically 5, because that's the you're moving your way from it. 6, 7, 8... 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I just want to double check this. So if we do it from here... Oh, do I have to manual? I think I have to manual click, which is annoying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Isn't that the same number I said? So yeah, manual clicking doesn't matter then. I mean, manual clicking does for that tree, but what order you do it in doesn't matter then. I'm pretty sure that was both 13 then. Let me just double check on the cycle we're doing right now. That's 13. There should be 13 for both. Which case doesn't matter what order you do them in then. It seems like it because of that one curve, but it seems like it's not actually mattering. But the problem is that other one requires a manual click, and this one doesn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, they're both 13. So manual clicking, that's fine then. You just have to manual walk the one on first cycle, just so you don't lose a 2 tile. But from what I could tell, running that one other room seems to be better than the south room. Running west room, unless you're doing 24 inventory. And yeah, the only manual click you have to do with the cycle then is the very first one. You have to manual click to the first tree in the first room. Otherwise, you double waste tile if you auto queue it. But then everything else is in cycle for auto queue. Because if you get forced to this tile, you waste 2 tiles. Because you have to walk around the tree rather than already be on the side. I should probably go check that Discord thingy, though. Just so we know how it works for later. Because I will eventually need to do the 24 butterfly method. It's just we have too many potions in our inventory for us to do that method currently. But eventually we'll have to. Let me see, let me go take a peek at it. I don't even have Discord open right now. Let's see, Discord... Oh, it's doing a bunch of updates because I haven't opened it in like a week or two. I see no message though, or friend requests. That's fine. I know generally how you would need to do it though. You just do what we're doing now, but also add side room. So let's see, you would get 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24. The only thing that's slightly awkward about that is, you'd be 24 in that room, wouldn't you? Not quite, because you would only grab 2 from this room, probably. Or even just 1 from this room initially. You'd have to grab a weird number from first room rather than all 3. At most, you would only grab 1. Oh, where am I going? I need to bank these. Because you'd want to end your cycle in primary room, not in a side room. But to be able to do that, you would have to grab only 1 from the first room. The closest one that's already on path. Like if you were to go to the west room right now, you would only grab this 1 tree. and then go grab west room, then grab everything from here, and then cycle to north and keep going back and forth. So that you then grab this tree and then that tree on your way out. Or you grab this tree, then that tree, and then head out. Is this closer than grabbing this tree? Oops, I accidentally wasted 2 tiles. No, the 2 tiles! And that's why you don't queue that one tree. But if you were to both room Hickory, you would grab 1 from the middle room. Then you'd be at 4, 7, 10, 13, 16, 19, 22. And you'd come into this room to grab 2, which would probably be this one and probably even just that one and not even need that other tree. So it would work out pretty nicely. That implies you have 0 potions in your inventory, though. Which, after a Quibble potion, will be the case, but currently is not the case. But you'd grab 1, 3, then all 3s, 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 and then when you go back into middle room, you only grab 2. Both the 2 that are on the ground. It also makes it so you don't have to grab the other tree in the other room. There we go, 149. 3 levels to go. We're almost there. There we go, we can see it. 152. We're getting there. I'll say I'm dumping all knowledge into woodcutting just so we can get there a bit quicker. I'm probably going to do the same thing on brambles, but not the same thing on juniper. The reason we do it on bramble while we're at bramble is bramble doesn't give us any carpentry XP. So I do try to get out of bramble as quickly as possible. But then everything onwards from juniper to the end, I think we just throw entirely on the carpentry. Never once putting into woodcutting again. Do I have room for you on my friends list? Do I? How many do I have? I could try adding you. Where's my friends list? Okay, we're at 200. I could try to find someone to kick, though. But if you send me one, I could try to find one. Wait, are you Kiel's other account, though? Because I want to try not adding multiple people from the same person. Just because we have such limited space to begin with. Never mind then. Because I was gonna say, I thought you were Kiel. As much as I would love to, it's just with the limited space I have to only have one per person. It's already overcrowded to begin with. I do need to clear that list at some point soon, though. Oh. Okay, for, let's see. Okay, 4 knowledge points. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's gonna be a nightmare when I have to start doing that on my ults. There's something I didn't put into consideration. Is once they get to post 200, I'm gonna need to get them 4 knowledge points every time instead of 1. That's over an hour. And they're both gonna need it around the same time. So it's like 2.5 hours you'd have to play the account every time they needed to go do an upgrade. Instead of only like an hour, not even, like half an hour. It's gonna be a nightmare once they both reach post 200. Because that means every week we have to like 4 times the amount of time we play on them. After they get to the 200 grind. I'm not sure what I put them onto doing when I do that. I'm likely just doing AFK raid dens at Chronopolis, I would assume. The other alternative is just power grind merchant. But that means every week we'd have to do, like, what, 3 hours of merchant on the ults? Because let's say I need 2 upgrades per week for them. That is 16 knowledge points. If you did merchant, you'd have to do merchant for about 3 hours. Or the alternative is do raid dens for, let's say it's like 3 an hour. How many did I say I need? We needed 16. So it's either slightly over 5 hours of raid den or 3 hours of merchant. One of those sounds way better than the other. It's definitely like the 5.1 hours of raid dens. Three hours of merchant on the main account sounds nice. But having to do 3 hours just for the ult sounds horrifically bad. Though it would start unlocking the ventures, though, once they start getting the better ventures. Like when you start doing bricks and tiles. So maybe I should do that some. Because they might need it for the brick and tile quest. Because the brick and tile quest has to have a merchant level lower, most likely, than the requirement of the lowest tier brick or tile. And the lowest tier brick or tile is 44. Which means if you have 44 merchant, you likely have a high enough merchant to do the brick and tile quest whenever it comes around. What other requirements it needs, we don't know. Probably detective. And obviously a combat fight, potentially. But you're likely not to need higher than like 43 merchant. This is likely going to be like the Mines Matubin one where it brings you over the lowest level range one. Or you might need like 42, 43 merchant, but it brings you to 44. And currently they both only have around level 20 merchant. So initially I might actually need to get their knowledge from merchant then. Because that's a lot of free carpentry supplies. Let's say that quest comes out in the next month or two. And then the other thing doesn't come out until another month or two. That is basically 2 months of bricks and or tiles. Potentially. On 2 accounts that we could trade over to the main account. That's a lot of material. We have no clue what it's used for, but that's a lot of material. Even if you can only get 20 per day, it's still 40 between the two of them. That's a lot of bricks and tiles. At a tier that we wouldn't be able to do on the main account, obviously. Because we do in the perfect version on the main account. Whereas they'd be able to do the lower tier ones. That would also allow me to do all their dailies in Chronopolis. Which would be another big plus. Because the closer the two dailies are together, the less time I have to waste doing them. There's one thing that's really nice about the fishing venture. It is actually the lowest amount of space between two adventures in the entire game. Is any of the two fishing venture that are the exact same. But the next closest to is Detective one with the Merchant one. Or even double dipping the Merchant one. Assuming you can run tiles while running something like the Grape Merchant or the Cinnamon Merchant. But you should be able to. They're two different merchants. I don't see why you can't do them both at the same time. The only thing annoying about them is they're a 24-hour. Assuming the other merchant's also 24-hour. We know Grape and Cinnamon is, we just don't know if tiles and bricks are. But assumably they are 24-hour for 20. Similar to Cinnamon and Grape. Rather than 12 hours for 12. I do have to say, this one tree is actually really slow to take. It's because of how that one corner plant forces you to move. Makes you have to do a sharp angle. Oh, so that's still bothering me that our gatherer level didn't go up. We'll fix it though. As soon as we get to Suave, hopefully tomorrow. That 170 Suave will fix it. As the few bone spikes we'll get while doing that will easily get us the level and some. Oh, is Azrael not playing recently? Because I just realized we're about to pass them. Yeah, we've been gaining levels somewhat quick, but not like that quick. Yeah, I don't think their number has moved in the last day or two. They're either busy or quit. Oh no. I feel like there's been a lot of people on leaderboard who kind of just burned out after a while. I still haven't hit the burnout phase. I've definitely hit the slow down a little bit until new content comes out phase. But I haven't hit the burnout phase yet. Like, I still am, like, so happy every single time we just open the game. Just start grinding. Just because there's still so many useful things to be grinding for. And I pretty much have a grind path all the way until, like, the next year. Before we run out of stuff where I feel like we hit a wall. Because right now we're doing 200 all non-combat, then the combat rework happens and we hit 200 all. Then after 200 all, I might be doing 500 all for combat. And then after that, it's just Chapter 5 prep if it's not out by then. in which case we get things like 322 merchant, 300 something leatherworker. Obviously, somewhere in all that grind, we get 500 mining and smithing. And then by all that time, we wait for Chapter 5. And Chapter 5, we then go for 500 all on Chapter 5, probably. As long as Builder is viable. And that holds us over until, like, the end of the year. Assuming, Chapter 5 comes out in, like, June or something. Like, you know, like, early, late summer. Or sometime in summer. And then we figure out what skills to go double back on. Which at that point would probably be alchemy. I'm trying to think. If at that exact moment in time, what skill would we prioritize? It would either be gather and or alchemy. Like a gather alchemy route. Or a woodcutting carpentry route. It depends where the market is and everything by then. Because alchemy might be so profitable that it's worth doing just for the money that you make from it with trading. Where it's so lucrative that you basically have to train the skill to 500. Just because how much money you make to max. We don't know what the markets could be like for potions though. Or what they would be like in like 6 months from now after all the grinds are already done. Because what the market looks like as soon as trading comes out will be way different like half a year from then. But it's pretty much the master plan at this point. 200 all before combat rework. Or, you know, 200 all non-combat before combat rework. When the combat rework hits, focus on 200 all. Then decide for 500 alling. Then probably do 500 all. And sometime between all that, we work on 500 mining and smithing. There's a lot of knowledge from 500 all combat is likely being targeted at mining smithing. The way I plan to do it is we mine during the ores and we knowledge during the rocks. And then we just slowly move towards 500 all combat while doing 500 mining smithing. Or we knowledge past every dead zone where we have to do a rock. But actually do the activity when we actually need the thing. Which will be pretty much our only break from doing combat. Is when we finally get to a new rock. Then we mine as much as we feel like we're ever going to need for the history of forever. And then we go back to combat. And then do the same thing again until we're at the next rock. But we still need to cover another Brighter Shores video soon. I was considering making the other one when we hit 500 days. Which is in 12 days from now. Which is specifically, what, the 13th. The day before Valentine's Day. And on the 13th, I want to try getting a video out. Not sure how comprehensive it's going to be. But, some kind of video for the 100-day mark. Thoughts, tips, things we would have done differently up to this point. Because by that 100-day mark is where the average person would probably reach mid-game. Like, as far as how much time we have in the game is around what mid-game would be. Which is basically, you know, 200 all. Oh, we wouldn't have the combats done, but that's mostly because we're waiting on the rework. Because in the total scope of this game, 200 all basically is mid-game. I know right now it's basically late game or even end game. But if you put it into, like, the full scope of how long the MMO is going for, that's likely where most people would get to. They wouldn't get to it in 100 days, though. I think the realistic would be half a year. But if you play the MMO for, like, half a year to a year, I think 200 all is kind of realistic. Obviously, depending on what your priorities are, you might not hit it. But I feel like that's around where average would be. By, like, half a year to year mark. Because right now, 200 all seems kind of high. But it's also because the game's only been out for, like, 2 months. Like, 200 all a year or two from now is like, yeah, you're pretty much at mid-game. Relative to where the average over-leveled player is going to be by that point. Because even someone who's 100 all right now, a year from now is probably like 250 all, roughly. Maybe not exactly those numbers, but you know. Like 200 all with maybe like a 500 or two. Because even if you literally just kept up AFKs, you would have a 500 after about 9 months. If literally all you did was AFK a single skill, and just made sure to maintain the knowledge for that whenever it was ready, you would get a 500 within under a year. Not counting any other gameplay you do. But literally just maintaining one AFK method. Would be a guarantee 500 within that year. Technically within about 9 months. Because that's what my alts are doing. They're going to look like an early game account, but they'll have one 500. By the 1 year mark. Like by the 1 year mark, they'll have base 20s. With a few skills kind of close to like 50, 60-ish. With one singular 500. It's going to look like the weirdest level distribution ever. But by the 1 year mark, they should have every quest completed, but have one 500. Only one 500. They won't have a single 200. They'll just have one 500. Or just technically a single 200, but you know what I mean. Like, they'll be at whatever stats every quest in the game brings you to, plus a singular 500. With one doing Bone Right, one doing Stonemason. Yeah, I was considering 500 Alk. After 500 for both the two production skills, I was considering one of them doing carpentry, then the other one doing alchemy. Because I kind of want to split them half and half, in case I ever need the supply. But I guess I have people that could technically help to do that, like Kale. So I might not need to do that. Because alchemy would be worth it regardless. But carpentry is only really worth it if I didn't have someone who could help me with carpentry. So if Kale is willing, I technically don't need to do the carpentry grind on them. I could just do double alchemy. Because the only reason you would do the carpentry grind is because you wouldn't have someone who could constantly help you with carpentry. Oh no, how much does Kale cost? Our Kale Carpenter. But if he's willing to help with that, I technically wouldn't need it. To some degree, I don't even need Stonemason or Bone Right either. I just prefer if we have access to doing it on our own. Because getting all the carpentry supplies is like one transaction. Being able to get all the stonemason and sponerite supplies you need to constantly keep doing it over and over and over again. But technically carpentry, you could just buy like 10,000 of something from someone and never need to do it again. But you can't do the same with bonerite and stonemason, as you will always need weapon upgrades for stuff. Like, it's a skill you're always going to need access to, always. Whereas carpentry is one of those skills where, with player trading, you technically only need it once. Just to buy several thousand from someone. Because that is another angle, too. And we'll have to see by then. I do want to get them all quest completed, though. In case he ever makes, like, something like a quest requirement for a quest. That's, like, absurdly good. Because currently there's no quest requirements, but his other game never started with any either. And then pretty notoriously, Dragon Slayer had a 32 quest requirement. Not 32 quests, but 32 quest points. It was like a whole different system. But in this game, even though there's not a quest point system, he could easily have a number of quest system. Where you need to have, like, number of stars, potentially. Given that there's a different star number for everything. Or potentially a number of quests completed. Because you could easily have a star number requirement or a number of quests completed requirement for a future quest. That's, like, essential to have done. It's likely not to happen anytime soon. But it's something that could easily happen in the future. Where you need, like, 50 to 100 stars, or you need, like, 30 quests completed or something. Some kind of other number. And I want the alt accounts to already have that pre-done. Also, it just gives you a lot of XP doing all the quests the second you get access to them. The problem is it's just really slow AFKing to them, because they're all pre-200. I think it's still worth it to get every quest done on them. Like, after they complete Lost and Found, I'm going to get them their 500. But after they're 500, I'm pretty sure I just AFK them to do all the quests that are remaining. Starting with Brandolph Inheritance. Then doing the potion equipping quests that would be out by then. Then whatever useful ones are coming out between then and then. And just do it based on what XP we need. Like, at some point soon, I'm going to have them go do Spirit Essence. After they get enough knowledge points AFK to hit 31 Detective, you just should immediately do Spirit Essence. It skips like 3 detective levels by doing almost nothing. It's like a 30-minute quest that skips 3 detective levels. If you do it exactly when you get access to it. And you don't even need to go out of your way for it, because that's how I'm giving them their XP. Or, you know, how I'm giving them their knowledge points right now. Because there's AFK raid dens. And if you keep AFK raid dens enough, you will auto-complete Spirit Essence pretty much. Or at least a requirement for it. Battle of Fortune Hold, they're going to need an AFK for. But in all fairness, they already have to AK for some to go get the olives, so kind of works out. Because they were already going to have to partially AFK anyways. And hopefully by then the brick venture would exist. As if that is locked behind a quest, you're going to almost guarantee gain merchant XP from that quest. Potentially even a venture slot. But definitely access to be able to do the brick and tile venture. Oh, speaking of ventures, 15 minutes until our dailies are ready. Oh, so we're actually really close to the goal I wanted to go to this stream. Like, surprisingly close. Because our main goal for this stream was to go get, 152 woodcutting. And we are almost at 152 woodcutting. A level and a half, but technically only one level. Because the knowledge will cover that half. Then it comes down to, should we go do carpentry on stream? Should I make a second poll on yes or no? No, I'll probably do it some, but not just not the whole stack. Because I definitely would rather grab dinner than do the whole stack right now. If I was to do every last pine, not even counting the hickories, if we just did every last pine, I think it's 4 hours of just pines. Definitely at least 3 hours. Of nothing but just doing pine carpentry. Even slightly more if we bank them all. So I'm probably only going to bank like 1,000 plus. Oh yeah, what was the tail stream? I forgot he did his stream thingy today. How did that go? Who did he have on? I forgot, today's that Saturday, isn't it? He does it like every other Saturday. So far, I've only ever watched his Q&A one. I haven't seen any of the other ones. I'll probably go on it at some point. I want to wait closer to launch, though. Like, I don't want to try getting on quite yet. Cabbage Man was on? It's kind of funny. Because I definitely want to wait until we start posting, like, guides and more content in the community and stuff in general. Because right now, we've mostly just been doing daily streams. I haven't really been doing anything beyond that. But it's mostly because I'm waiting until the game stabilizes, so whenever we cover a guide, it doesn't get outdated, like, immediately. Oh, the 500 Fisherwoman? Nice. Yes, you stopped by my chat a couple times. You said hi before. I think she's covered a 500 Fisher guide as well. A pretty comprehensive one. Yeah, I know she covered a guide on it. I haven't actually watched it yet. Mostly because for a lot of stuff like that, I like to come up with my own methods. Unless something like ultra meta breaking comes into the game or something. That I'm not aware of. But I like routing a lot of my own skills myself. Unless there's something that I'm overlooking that's like absurdly efficient. There's a lot of skills in these games you kind of have to adapt based on what levels you need. Fisher's actually really big on that. Because you have to consider if you want to put combat or foraging in mixed with it. Because aside from Puffer Eel, you're almost never camping just fishing. It's either fishing plus forager or fishing plus combat. There's almost never a situation other than Puffer Eel where you're doing fish only. And what you need to prioritize is based on what your levels currently are. Like, not your fishing level, but more so your other two levels. I need to go check it later, though. I've actually looked up very little guides on Brighter Shores so far. Most of the videos I look up are, like, people actually playing the game and stuff like that. There's actually one YouTuber who I've seen almost his entire series. And every single video has, like, 0 to 10 views. Yeah, I've actually seen almost every video in his series. I actually can't remember his name off the top of my head. Because he never mentions it in any video, I don't think. But there's actually a series on YouTube that, on average, has, like, 10 views a video. That I've actually seen almost every episode of. Oddly enough. I'm one of those 10 viewers. She discovered a bunch of lore on the game? Ooh. Has anyone figured out the strange device yet? Is that still not solved? Has that ever been brought up in one of his discussions yet? What on earth is strange device is used for? Because I'm pretty sure during the last Q&A they mentioned there is a thing that it does. Like in the current state of the game. You're waiting on Volk to make a new video? Oh yeah, that's one series I did see too. I forget who made it. Was it Volk? I think it was someone else. But there was someone who was making, I think it was Golden Rocket, was making a series on a chunk locked account. I do feel like his rule set would not work when scoped like really high though. Whatever rule set he ended up setting up. At least for early game, it was pretty fun to watch. Like the chunk locked, or tile locked, whatever you call it, zone locked account. It's a premise from old school RuneScape, but I feel like with this rule set, it's going to be kind of clunky with the way that's currently set up. Like in early game, it'll work, but in late game, it seems like it probably wouldn't. Yeah, I've seen every single one of Volk's Progress series as well. It's actually something I've never done on YouTube before. A progress series for any game ever. I'm really bad at trimming down footage into a smaller video. Like if I tried trimming our first 100 days into a 5-hour video, the 1,000 something footage, I would have no clue how to do that. Like I know how to do it. It would just never get done. Like if I tried to trim down 1,000 hours of streaming into a 5-ish hour video. Like, that's not happening. I wish it would. It would be way too expensive to pay someone to do that. Like, that video would make negative over $1,000 if you paid someone to do that rather than doing it yourself. Or at least negative several hundred. Half a level to go. We're almost there. I will do some amount of carpentry though this stream. Not a lot though. Just to get a taste of carpentry. Probably until the double knowledge meter. Which of course we'll throw into carpentry. Actually, technically I say that. I might actually want to throw it into woodcutting. As weird as that may be. Wait, let's see. How many levels do I have to stay at Bramble for? 152. You only have to stay there for 5 levels. Is that more or less of a reason to use it on Bramble? Because honestly, that's even more of a reason to do it on woodcutting. We're already staying there for so little, we might as well speed past it and get to the better experience. I can actually start banking carpentry again. Is this one weird thing when doing Brambles? Is you have to account for how much 0 carpentry XP you're getting. Hey, Yusef's over here. Nice, nice. What are he's grinding? Forgot what he last mentioned. But something in the forest. Whatever it might be. But yeah, whenever we do start covering videos, that's one thing I didn't actually put in the poll, is like entertainment like videos for the game. Or like challenge run kind of things. I figured when it came to challenge related things, I'd probably wait until they had hardcore mode or some kind of other mode that isn't just normal Iron Man. Oh no, I feel like I'm bad at making entertaining content though. I'm much better at making informative content. I don't really entertain well. I don't feel like I do. Alright, 2 more inventories, and we should be good to go on them. And then we'll go do some small amount of carpentry. Probably until we hit double meter. The off-stream, I'm definitely going to have to do all that carpentry first, though. So when we start dumping knowledge, we'll be good to go. Oh, our venture's ready. I should probably go do them after the cycle then. No, we're not gonna have enough EXP. I guess I could always push it over with carpentry. That'd be funny. I should really just do it with woodcutting though. But if we're gonna have to reset with a teleport, it's probably not even worth coming back here just for like 1 inventory. Because our dailies are right here. Actually, one funny thing we could do right now, I can go grab logs until we have exactly 11. Then go grab the double potion we need from Hopeport for our dailies, and then go run them real quick. So how many more logs do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need 2 more from the other room. Probably just grab them from right here since we're already over here. Doesn't matter since we're just teleporting away. Alright, so what do we need here? I need 2 XP pots. 5% and a 5%. While we're here, I might as well get some contracts. Hope they're not awful. Because at some point, we need to make cooking level slightly higher. So I've been using 5% for this daily rate lately. Even though I have 917 7%. So you would think, why on earth am I not using a 7% on it? I don't know, I was initially, but it felt like we're missing out on too much value from using it if we don't dip it into anything else. So I resorted back to 5% on them. Probably should be 7%ing them though. I can't wait till we can start doing more ventures. Hopefully at some point we can have all 6 unlocked. I highly doubt any of the upcoming 2 quests are going to unlock more ventures though. So I feel like if we ever do get unlocks for them, it's probably only going to be 1 at a time rather than 2. So we're going to need like 4 different quests where we go and unlock them 1 at a time. Because those are pretty huge, how much extra XP you get for each one of these. So whenever they come into the game, that's a lot of extra XP. Also, our last 10 mining levels have been from nothing but this venture, which is kind of crazy. Our main primary mining method is just check the daily. Hey, red beans here. Oh, so I know the logs are there. We will be back. I think we have about 600 explosives right now. We can't use them until level, like, what, 380? But when we can, we are loaded to do it for, like, an entire day. Probably an entire weekend. Where we do nothing but blast mining if we wanted to. Which I probably would. I'm not sure if we would around that level range, but I might. We'll see. Because Deathstone's probably still going to go for a pretty penny. Like, it might be 3 to 4 gold an hour while still getting good mining XP. Simply just from using them. Now, let's go do some carpentry. I just realized, why did I do this one? I was doing this as if I'm going to go carp this. I can't. This is 147 carp. I gotta use the lower tier one. I grabbed it like this as if I was going to immediately go do it, but I forgot. We can't. Now with that level, we can't. Yeah, now let's do a little bit of carpentry then. We'll throw the first one into woodcutting and the rest into carpentry. Here you go, have your logs. Oh yeah, wrong log type, never mind. I forgot that's for the carpentry supplies, not for the logs. Alright, let's see what the damage is. How many do we get from the last 2 plank thingies? Let's see, what's the total tally? I'll even deposit first so we can see the clean numbers immediately. Hey, I'm a buds here. We have 407 hickory and 759 pines. This is also why we're not doing this right now. We're not, at least not all of them. I'll bank a few. I might just be mass selling them though. That is so many. As much as I feel tempted to bank them. Let me go see how much they're worth after we do this set. As tempted as I am to bank them, that is so many. I'd have to bank them all. Also, no worries, we're not doing them all right now. I will by some time before the end of today. But that is like 5 hours of nothing but carpentry. if we bank them all. Slightly quicker if we don't. But even then, we're talking like 4 point something hours. And then even after that, I got to go do the hickories for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, whatever that was. So we got a lot of carpentry to do off stream, that's for sure. But it shall get done. And whatever spare time I have, we'll just be doing like a ton of AFK woodcutting. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get both the grinds done. Because I got to do at least like, what, 6 hours of carpentry, if not slightly more. Plus the entirety of Bramble and Juniper. And Juniper's really far because you're not done with Juniper till like 170. Which means we'd have to do it for 18 levels between the two. Which that alone is already that much time. Because if we're dumping that EXP into woodcutting, or into carpentry rather than woodcutting, we're talking something like, what, let's say 2.5 an hour. And we needed, what, 18 levels? That is 7-8 hours of woodcutting? On top of 7-ish hours of carpentry? Wonderful. That is 15 hours within the next 24 hours. Technically the next 20 hours. I have to get 5 hours of sleep then. Yeah, there's no way we're doing all that. I think the main goal is to get to Juniper off stream. Juniper and every last log in the bank. So it's like 5 woodcutting levels and every last log in the bank. That's my bare minimum. Ideally we'll go a little higher than that. But it's definitely my bare minimum for off stream. 5 more wood and cutting levels and every single last log that's in that bank. But we'll go until we get this knowledge point, I guess. Because I also want to see what the value is for banking these or not. Same as the hickories that are the tier above. Because these make 199s for every pole-related weapon. And then the other one for every hickory one. So the hickories are 7.37 each. So those are pretty enticing to go bank. That's some money right there. If you had to go buy them separately. I know, because I had to at one point. Oh, the pines? Oh, never mind. I was going to say the pines are way worse. No, they aren't. They're 6.8 each. That's pretty tempting to bank. How much do they sell for? Let me go do some math real quick. What is 1.81 or 1.81 subtracted from that number? I want to see something. 6,870 subtracted by 1... Oh, I did that wrong, but yeah, I can still do it like that. There we go. That is 5.6. So let's just say 5 silver. You're wasting 5 silver per one you sell. And how many of these can you do an hour again? You're wasting 1 per, Oh, there they are. Hello. But you're wasting 5 per each. 22 per inventory. Let me double check something. How many does it say you can do per hour? You can make 195 posts per hour. If you count bank time, we can say 150-ish. Or how many is 22 into the lowest number there? What is 195 divided by 22? Rounded down. 8. You can do about 8 per hour, so 8 times 6, or 22. You could do about 176 per hour, maybe slightly lower. Let's take another 22 from that just to play it safe. You could do 154 per hour times 5. I'm not going to bother with the decimal. Not banking them is a loss of 7.7 silver an hour. Or sorry, 770 silver an hour. aka 0.7, almost 0.8 gold. Is how much you lose for not banking them. But you gain about 25% more XP per hour. At the cost of 770 silver per hour. Now the question is that worth it? Because as these tiers keep going higher and higher, that's like the main question. Like how much do you bank, how much do you sell? Because you get about 25% increase rate for selling. But for every hour that we're selling, we're burning 770 silver per hour. To put that in perspective, using 5% XP pots for 5% extra instead of 25% is a cost of like, what, 60 silver? 70 silver? Not even? Depends what chapter you're in. I think in this chapter is like 70 silver at max per hour. Is how much you would be burning. But if we were to go and sell these compared to banking them, you're burning not 70 silver an hour, but 770 silver per hour. Which is an increase of 11 times more burn per hour. But 25% EXP rate is a lot of EXP rate. That's a lot of EXP. A 25% boost compared to a 5% boost. One number is not like the other. I don't know, it's hard to figure out. I'm definitely banking some of them, but I think after 1,000 I'll cave in and start mass selling. But for now, I think we're doing this inventory, next inventory. I'm just going to call it for now for on-stream, though. They will get done, though. But they will be off-stream. I will do the final stretch on-stream, though. Which is likely on Tuesday or Wednesday. Where we basically carpentry for an entire stream and do nothing but carpentry. That is coming. I'm just trying to avoid it being on-stream for as many streams as we can. Just so I can relax a bit more, grab dinner, and just kind of chill a bit more. Also, so it doesn't have to be, like, perfectly consecutively, like when we're streaming. Because obviously we could break it up a lot more. Whereas when you're streaming, obviously it's completely consecutive. Yeah, I'll be using the next inventory to get us to 152 woodcutting, as that was the goal. That way, if I want to go do AFK Bramble later, we can, if we don't feel like doing AFK Carpentry. It gives us an alternative choice. As we're finally back at AFK Woodcutting. But yeah, tomorrow's goal is to get pretty close to 200 woodcutting. I don't think we're going to be able to go all the way. But we are going to get as close as we can. So today we ended up doing what? On stream at least. 139 to 152. Which is what? That is 13 levels. Off stream I'll hopefully get to at least 160-ish. Which means, yeah, we got to aim for at least 180 by tomorrow. Or whatever tree is after Suave. 178. We got to aim for at least 178 tomorrow, I think. Ideally 184, actually, so I can start AFKing ash trees. It's a bit of a stretch goal, but I think we might be able to do it. We gotta try aiming for 184 woodcutting tomorrow. Which is a quad tree upgrade. However, we have done it before. We could do it again. But yeah, we need a 4 times tree upgrade tomorrow. To go technically all the way from Bramble to ash. Between on-stream and off-stream. Because that would then allow us to do AFK Ash on off-stream, I mean. I just do everything else on-stream then. It's a rather ambitious goal, but I think we'll go for it tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday, right? Yeah. We should be able to. I think we can make it. We'll find out. Oh, these things are really annoying with the hickory being in front of the other thing, I do have to say. That's a little unfortunate. Oh yeah, let me go read off the final poll too, since it's our final set as well. So, as far as the poll, after 27 votes, what type of quest reward for Brighter Shores is of highest interest to you? I didn't put to you, but, you know, of highest interest. So, at 26%, actually, let's do it from lowest to highest. So, in the second one, in last place, is decent / best in slot combat gear is at the lowest one, which is kind of funny, because once again, similar to, like, old school RuneScape, that would almost probably be, like, number 1. Yeah, it's actually dead last. I find that really funny that everything combat related is so much reversed in Brighter Shores. Because it's so skilling oriented rather than combat oriented. So every single poll, this is honestly like the worst thing. This is what I always mention with old school RuneScape, is how much more combat based it's gotten compared to skilling based. And every single one of these polls kind of shows it. Because Brighter Shores is absurdly skilling based right now, with almost no combat. So almost all the polls are like exactly the opposite that you would see if you did the same thing for old school RuneScape right now. Which I just find kind of funny. Because that's my biggest complaint I probably have with old school RuneScape. Is it's basically just a bossing simulator. That just happens to have a bunch of skills in it. Like, it's not even a skilling game anymore. Whereas it used to be back in the day. And Brighter Shores obviously still is to this day. But, yeah, they never really did that much with old school RuneScape going forward. It's kind of crazy, because you can definitely see that with these polls. But yeah, and dead last is combat equipment. And next up, in second to last, is at 19%, is new content to do. In second place is area expansions. So things like the 5-star quest in Chapter 2 or the 3-star quest in Chapter 3, which both give you more area, which also technically give you more things to do. So to some degree, I should probably combine them both together. And if you did, that would bring them up to still not first place, oddly enough. Oh, no, actually it would be. If you combine both of them together, it would technically be tied first place. If you combined area expansions with new content to do. As area expansions generally also add new content to do, technically. But in first place is quality of life / time savers. And that's good for anyone who did vote for that, because those are some of the most likely things to happen in the near future. We already know that potion equipping is likely coming in one of these 2 quests. We don't know for sure if it's one of these 2, but it's definitely coming very soon. And given that they announced 2 quests, it is likely it could be one of those 2. Other things under that category is technically things like a new teleport, where we might finally get the second teleport for Hopeport. And who knows, maybe some other reward that we're not even aware of that would end up coming in. But one of those 2 is almost guaranteed to be potion storage. They didn't confirm it, but it is exceedingly likely based on what they've been mentioning lately and everything. So, decently likely to not confirm, though hopefully fingers crossed. And there we go, we can finally go AFK Bramble now. Which honestly I might go do immediately. But anyways, guys, I'm about to go grab dinner. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. We will be back tomorrow, and we probably will go pretty long tomorrow. As I think we're just going to make an adamant goal of we do not end the stream button until we have 184 woodcutting. I think is our goal for tomorrow. Like, under no circumstance does the end stream button get clicked unless we have 184 woodcutter. I think is our goal for tomorrow. And hopefully we'll get some off stream so we don't have to do as much tomorrow, but at absolute best, I'm going to have like 160 going into tomorrow. I also hope to have this entire bank cleared, which should be doable. I'm hoping to have this entire bank cleared and 160 woodcutting by tomorrow. And then tomorrow's goal is just do woodcutting into 184 then. Which is 32 levels from where we're currently at. Which even that alone is technically doable as long as we throw knowledge into woodcutting as we do woodcutting. But yeah, that's going to be our goal for tomorrow. And hopefully I'll have some pre-done. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I will catch you guys later. Thank you so much for stopping by as always. Greatly appreciate it. And I'll catch you guys soon. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching.